Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to All World Gaming. We are here with the playoffs. It's Playday number one. We are in the corner finals. My name is Crisis, and I am joined by Blaze. We have a best of three here for you. For it's Outlast Academy versus Vipers, the number four seed going up against the number one seed. Blaze, we're going to bank, and we have a very interesting map pull all together tonight. But this is gonna be spicy.
What, test one, two? Okay. My bad. I had a technical glitch there, but yes, very spicy indeed. We are going to be going to not a single one of the common competitive maps here. We're going to be going firstly the bank, as stated already, but then skyscraper with cafe as a decider. Now, skyscraper is the most interesting one, as it was one of the new maps added to this competitive map pool, and we haven't seen it too often inside of the normal league play. But inside of Pro League, you have seen teams inside of APAC and inside of NA kind of try to lean into that a little bit. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that ends up playing out here, especially since it was rated that brought us to that map.
Yeah, I mean, Villa or not Villa, Skyscraper is a map that is new to the pool, and people have kind of been playing it a little bit close to the chest. I think maybe saving it for the playoffs is kind of like a wild card kind of pick. But we have an entire map to get through first. That is going to be Bank, and we're going to be seeing Zero getting banned out here on Bank, and that is a ban that it doesn't truly surprise me that much. There's so many places, much like Valkyrie, where you can pick those cameras and information is key in Siege. We're going to see a Thatcher ban coming out as well. Nobody is surprised there. Thatcher never gets to come out and play with his fellow attackers.
And going out here, I'm going to expect a Kide, and it is going to be that Kide here that does get ripped off the board. And if I am a guess betting man, I'm going to say Valkyrie. And oh, no, actually, a Castle now. Ooh, that's a spicy band. So Castle's really, really strong on this map for every site except for the top floor. Not top, but bottom floor. And so that's going to really change up how Vipers is going to want to play their top and mid floor defenses, which I am a fan of.
Yeah, Castle's an operator. Um, Love him or hate him, he is very popular on this map, especially in the higher echelon of competitive play. I know I play a lot of Castle on Bank, but that does mean that both Valkyrie and Mira have slipped through the cracks here, and we're going to see that Mira come out from Ani on the Colors defense. Going to the middle floor here, not to the top, not to the basement. We're going middle floor here for this first defense. This is a site that most teams would probably pick for their third site overall, and we're going to see Vipers kind of take control, and we're already going to see that Mira being placed there, but have to be careful. So Sledge is on the board here for Nightmare, and he could be doing a ton of damage up top with that sledgehammer. That is all soft floor, so we're going to have to wait and see if they're going to hold that top floor presence. We do have the Pulse of Chew, though, so he could make Sledge's life a living hell with that very lovely C4 of his.
Now, interesting to note is that we are on the middle floor, but more recently, Archives and Tellers has actually fallen quite a bit out of favor. We typically see open area as in kitchen as the preferred tertiary site go moving forward, and this is actually quite a nice extension that we have going here for Vipers. Thank you, Narwhals, for getting that perspective. So they're actually extending into open area and kitchen to make basically the entirety of bottom square in no entry zone. And as well, they have this top floor presence from Louis and Yeji to kind of deny top square as well. Now, we're going to be seeing a little bit of the initial take coming out here from Outlast, trying to get just a little bit of initial pressure going on right now. Tomato on the repel, and we saw Hideo or Hidoi, I don't know, trying to come in through top square, but Flix has actually taken his position now.
Nightmare going to be on this upside down repel, and this is a very strong angle to be holding there, as he's going to be able to see all of that banana area and kind of take care of anybody who might be trying to rotate. But we are over a half round in, and there he goes, Nightmare. He's going to get that first opening pick for his team, and that's what I said. Somebody crossing in that upper area got their heads taken right off his Tomato. He's going to be coming in now on that Jackal, looking for some feet and try to find the upper roamer who's happened to be there, but looks so far as Outlast doing a lot of work, but only a minute left.
And that is a good thing to note. While Outlast has gotten the first pick on Louis, there's very little time here, and that's going to be all for naught because Yeji has just gotten a refrag on the Flixes here. Now, going to be pushing back down the Marble Stairway. Nightmare also brought really low by on a C4. Not going to be a good position for him there, and for Vipers, they still have the pulse on the board here. So this is going to be a really dire situation, especially Nightmares is grenading himself too, now chiming in to take Spuds off the board. And now this is looking like a dire situation for Outlast. They're in a 3 versus 4, 15 seconds. They don't even have pace, but now Hideo is going to be chiming in with another Ani, however, getting a trade. But look at this. Nightmare is going for the plant and getting covered by Tomato, but Tomato goes down. And now Chew's going to have to try and find this planter. Let's go down and Chew with a very nice shot takes out Nightmare. And now it's going to be Vipers leading 1 round to 0 against Outlast on Bank.
Yeah, again, and this is kind of what we talked about. Pulse is Nitrocell. Mira also with a Nitrocell. So that vertical play, while it's very strong for the attackers, when you have that Pulse and you have those many Nitros, you do have the ability to just chunk away at the health. And we saw the Finka got taken out as well, so there was no health boost to be able to push in there at the last second. I mean, Nightmare was down to just about 10 health. So unfortunate situation. They were able to get the opening pick, but we're going to see Vipers take that opening round, like you said, on a site that not a lot of people are willing and wanting to play. And speaking of sites that people aren't willing and wanting to play, we're moving right over very next door to the open area, not electing to go upstairs, not electing to go down into the basement, choosing to stay on this middle floor here. I mean, it worked once, it can work again.
Now, this is a very interesting site rotation, as you mentioned, because typically top floor and bottom floor are the top 2 preferred sites, but instead they're opting to go for a tertiary site as their secondary, and a site that's kind of fallen by the wayside in the current metagame as their primary. So, and if you also look at the way that Vipers is playing this, it's reminiscent of an SSG style roam from Clubhouse. That being just having Mute and Mozzie playing on the top floor, denying intel, and trying to burn time, as well as another potent roam operator. The only thing of note is that no Vigil, no Castle, because Vigil's not the best with Jackal being on the board, and Castle, Span.
Yeah, I mean, Vigil counters Lion, doesn't count on Jackal, but I'm surprised we're not seeing Kavera being brought out, as she does actually counter him. You're gonna see a grenade come out to take out the Banshee. That's Nightmare gonna be taking care of that. So doing all the work. Oh, those alibi holograms gonna be giving away Flix's position here. She's gonna have to back out onto this upper balcony. Now you can see she's kind of looking at that blue door, trying to make sure nobody peeks. A good shot there through the wall to take out the hologram, but minute left, and we're gonna see some Malusi tracks get brought out here as Tomato's gonna be able to scan the feet. Like I said, though, a minute in here and almost no control, but Tomato is going to take some damage through the wall, but he's going to be able to live another day.
That's actually going to be Yeji, who has dealt that damage in return, playing a very dangerous position. But now he's going to get 2 for his trouble. Flixes and Tomato both go down. Nightmare not being proactive enough there on the flank watch And as you can see, the angle he was holding was if Yeji actually backed up, but he didn't. He just committed to the play, and now Chu chiming in with another, and Yeji with the triple kill. Gonna be being an absolute menace on this round, and Nightmare just kind of sitting there, dotting his T's and crossing his I's, not really doing much here. So right now, this next minute 10 that's going to be on the clock is going to be sort of like a tactical timeout here for Outlast, because they very clearly are not identifying the issues that are going wrong and not able to capitalize on these aggressive positions that Vipers are very evidently playing.
Yeah, and Yeji getting the work done with that Roni in his hand. So a very small magazine gun, able to get the 2K right there at the beginning, and then able to finish off Spud and to get his 3K. But yeah, like you said, this is essentially a tactical timeout. They're going to kind of talk about what's going wrong here because a lot of it has been going wrong. And you can see Case is also down in sight. Nightmare, he's going to drop, maybe try to pad the stats a little bit. He will have Yeji right outside that window. Gonna pull the grenade, but instead just choose to run in
The
Yeji.
quadra
He's gonna
kill.
finish it off with the quad. A flawless round coming out for Vipers. They're gonna be able to pull that one off. Absolutely dominant on this middle floor here. But here's the thing. They now do have to choose to go up or down, and it does look like they are going to go down to the lockers area. Can they defend this site as well as they defended the middle floor? Because they didn't go here, obviously, for a reason. It's because they're not that comfortable on this site, or were they just trying to bamboozle Outlast Academy? We're going to see here as we're going to a site that Mira is probably the most strong on, but she's not being brought here. Instead, we're going to have the reworked Goyo on Louis, and Ani is going to be playing the Echo. So assume him to be probably sitting back in the Vault Gold area, causing as many problems as he can with those yokai drones.
Now, also something important to note here is that I didn't wasn't paying attention to the loadout at the beginning, but I did see Yeji swap from the DMR to the pistol. That's a really potent weapon to be bringing on this bottom floor side, because there are actually a surprising amount of long range angles that you can bring to really deter attacks coming out here. And now, what you saw was actually very interesting coming out from Louis. He's actually placing the oil canisters on the hatches. That can do one of two things. That can prevent anyone from breaching the hatch and then fast dropping, because there's going to be fire not only in the area around the hatch, but it's going to be on the floor below the hatch, or that prevents the hatch from just being opened outright for 10 seconds, which can burn a lot of time and make it come down to really, bare knuckle brawls on the site when those hatches do end up getting opened here. And honestly, pretty interesting roam strat coming out from Vipers yet again here.
Yeah, we're gonna see this top floor room. And speaking of top floor, Yeji's gonna be able to get one, but Tomato's gonna trade him right back out. DMR doing a little bit of work, and honestly, you're trading in a Rooney for a Zofia. That's probably a very good trade if you're Vipers. Chances are those gates were already placed and in position at that point. A Rooney is nothing more than a gun. However, you're losing soft breach, you're losing the launcher, and you're losing the LMG on the Zofia. Yokai is going to do a little bit of a stun work there to Nightmare, but there's nobody there to capitalize on it. And I do believe he was able to get the drone. Here comes the second one, going to be coming up the stairs, and a banana going to drive right past into the office. Get a stun. He will be able to get that one as well. So I'm not quite sure if that was both of the yokai drones or not, but one of them at least definitely off the board. Beanyot going to come up swinging, though, and take out Nightmare and put it in a 4v3.
And that was really well played by both Ani and Beanyot there. Ani sacrificing both of their yokais there to distract Nightmare just long enough that Bean had enough time to get up, go for a flank with relatively accurate intel still in him, get that frag, and that's really wasted so much time off the clock here for Outlast. As you can see, they're just now going and getting Gold Hatch open. And if you look at Hibana, she's only used 4 of her pellets. She hasn't even used her full utility. So that's going to be a huge boon here for the side of Outlast, especially now that they're in this man disadvantage situation going to this last 30 seconds.
Not just that, but I think Beagnot is still top floor, and there he
Oh
comes
my.
now down onto the room. They never cleared him out of this office area. He was laying prone as the Habana and the Finca were going through Banana. So he's going to have a very nice roam here and a very good chance to potentially do a lot of damage. He's going to be looking through the hatch. Tomato was coming up blue stairs, though. He's going to do a lot of damage on the Spud.
Oh.
Will Tomato swing and get the frag? He's just sitting on blue. No,
Oh
Beagnot's going to get a triple for the round. It's all going to come down to Hidoy on the Finca, the character you will want LMG in hand, the ability to boost themselves up, get extra health. The pin comes out. Beagnot gonna finish it up in a fantastic play. Not clearing the roamers comes back to bite you in the end. You have the Jackal. You can scan the footprints. Beagnot going absolutely nuclear in that round and finishing things off with a 4K of his own after the opening kill from Yeji. What a fantastic round for Vipers.
Tomato, why did you have the shotgun out? I can understand the reasoning. It was extremely close quarters, but that shotgun is the most punishing to use as an actual lethal firearm. You would be better off trying to get a kill with the bailiff that is available to Oryx than you would be the ITS IT 5S or whatever it's called.
ITA 12. ITA
ITA
12S.
12S. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I played a
Because
lot of Jackal back in the day and a lot of Mira, so that
oh,
that 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 gun is kind of burnt. If Ubisoft could just name guns, you know what I mean? We have simple guns like Thorn's SMG 50, but this has to be the ITA 12-S dot 3.14159 pi symbol Prince logo, all this weird stuff. But speaking of weird things, we're going to go right back to this Teller's area. Really the only site they have available to them because of the way the rotations work. They could have gone top floor, but instead they're going to be choosing to go back to this middle floor. And quite honestly, I don't blame them. It worked very well, but we in a 4v5, it says according to the scoreboard, I think that might just be some kind of a glitch, though, as all members of both teams do appear to be alive.
I believe
Not quite
it's
sure what
just
that spectator bug.
scorned memory of the previous round, if you would.
Yeah.
But here we're going to be seeing exactly what was going on the first time Outlast Academy tried to take this. You can be seeing that CEO and square pressure with one player, that being Tomato, going for that ATM main lobby pressure actually this time instead of going with his team. So that is a slight deviation, and I think that's actually a pretty good adaptation coming up from them. But unfortunately, Tomato not in a position to capitalize on Louis falling out of presidential there, so he's going to be another thorn in the side here. Hideo actually going to be getting the upper hand on Yeji this time. He ends up falling, but now we're going to be seeing Flex getting killed by Beagnot, and Nightmare getting one on Louis, and Spads falling to Beagnot now. But Hideo, not one to be left out for the running again, does end up taking out Bean, but he falls to Ani C4, and now in the span of literally 15 seconds, we're on a 2-on-2 from a 5-on-5.
Yeah, that was quite the back and forth there, and that's what you want, right? You want the ability to trade out your refrags, and both teams were able to do that, going absolutely blow for blow. You do still have Nightmare and Tomato left. You do still have 2 frags. You have the Sledgehammer and the Shotgun, so still ability to do plenty of vertical pressure here. No more Nitro Cell on the Vipers. Mira using hers to take out that Finca. Going to be picking up the case here is Tomato, now going to be rotating out towards this banana area. As Nightmare, we're going to see that classic drop the grenade, hit the wall, or hit the floor, and the grenade's going to drop. Unfortunately, not going to do any damage. Ani has completely vacated the site, as has Chu.
Oh
Chu playing
no.
in these
Tomato.
elevators. Jackal, if you don't turn on your
Tomato!
footprints, you're going to get shot right in the back, and that's exactly what happens. Chu, he's going to vacate the area. He got the kill. Case is down. 35 seconds left. Nightmare going to have to pull something out here. Going to open up this hatch and drop down into the elevators. Again, 30 seconds. He's going to have to make a move. Checking his angles. Case is down. He will be able to pick it up, but not a lot of time left.
Important thing to note here is that Chu is actually fully rotated over and is getting into a position to where he can pinch while Ani pushes. He's going to be coming up the gold hatch here. Nightmare's pushing in from the left side of Tellers, but Ani, not needing his teammate to help him, lands a nice shot there on the Nightmares. And, ooh, he didn't even have time to react. And now that's going to be Vipers leading 4-0 on defense.
Yeah, I mean, Vipers showing why they're the number one seed in their division for a reason. Absolutely dominant here on this map so far. There hasn't even really been a close round. That was the closest round so far. It got down to a 2v2, but even then it turned into a 2v1, and then ultimately Vipers were able to pull it out. But the Vipers have had a couple flawless rounds here. Or they had a flawless round, excuse me, in round two. Round one, round three, again, not even really close. Of course, we had that fantastic 4K from Beanyat. Yeji had a 4K in round two. So, yeah, Vipers showing off why they are where they are in the standings. And Outlast, man, you're down 4-0. At worst, you want to come to 4-2 on this split. So, you've got to start picking it up and you've got to start winning rounds. And it has to start now.
Especially since Vipers are encroaching in on a potential 5-0, and if the snowball continues, 6-0 scoreline going on for their attack. Now, while it is important to note that Bank, since its inception into the competitive map pool, has notoriously always been defender sided, it's never been impossible for the attackers to make it attacker sided. It's the map's sites do skew in favor of the defenders, but there's still always that outplay potential that the attackers, especially Outlast Academy, could bring swing things into their favor here. And notice the change up flexes. He's off to Sophia, onto the Ying, and now Tomatoes playing that Sophia. So this could really catch Vipers off guard, and this could potentially be the first round that we see Outlast get. But the one thing I need to see from Outlast is them actually getting the map space and the picks.
I mean, Outlast is just throwing everything they have at this round, right? You're looking at 3 LMGs on the board with Ying, Finka, and Sophia, but it doesn't matter. It's Louis. He's going to be able to get the opening pick here. That is every single round except for the first round getting an opening pick. Speaking of picks, Beanyat, he's going to get his head ripped off, but he was able to get one in return. So that's going to be your Habana off the board, but it's also going to be your Alibi off the board. So that's a trade you're going to take every single day of the week. No more Hard Breacher for the attackers, unless Ying has those hard breach tools, but she does not, has smoke canisters. So gonna be a little bit harder to get those reinforced hatches done if they are. Grenade gonna be coming out from Nightmare though. Not gonna do any damage as now here we go. LMG squad gonna be coming up as Nightmare. Gonna get taken out by Louis, and it's gonna be a quick 4v2 now. Flicks gonna have to try and search. He is able to find them. Lucy, but Louis able to get the triple kill headshot. That's gonna be nice for him. Case is down, and once again, it's all gonna come down to the Finka. A minute 15 left. LMG in hand is gonna be spraying wildly through the walls, but not gonna be connecting with anything. Plenty of time here, but Hadoi has to do something quickly.
Now, I know bringing up kills in Rainbow Six especially is not something you really should do, but honestly, look at the kills that are on the side of Vipers and look at the kills on the side of Outlast. Right now, Vipers is just firing on all cylinders. They are all ready and showing up here, but Hidoi wanting to finally change gears, shift it up for his team, getting a double kill on the round by two players giving him one-on-ones instead of playing for the trade, but he is still on low HP, going to be right around 40 to 50 once he uses that final Finka boost here. So he still does have that clutch potential that he could pull out should Chu and Ani not play this passively and instead try to go for their ones. But now, Hidoi realizing the Fuser's not in a position he can grab it, is going to have to go for the frags here, and Chu with a nice shot on the drop. Hearing that frag grenade, knowing it was just going to be blocking audio, went for that peek and ends up getting a nice frag to put his team up 5-0. And again, Outlast, it's not looking pretty for you right now.
Yeah, and Vipers is showing absolutely no sign of slowing down. I mean, they are just absolutely dominant. I mean, even right there, yes, Hadoi was able to get a few kills, but at that point, I mean, you're talking they're trash kills, right? They're impactless frags. You don't end up winning a round. Finka is kind of the perfect clutch operator. You got the LMG, you have the ability to heal yourself, you have grenades, kind of every single tool that you would want in a clutching operator. But this has been like the third or fourth time that Hidoi's have to do it. We're actually going to see him swamp off now as we're going to be utilizing that attacker repick that came in with Year 7 Season 1. As Flix is going to be swapping onto the Finka, and Hidoi's going to be going on to the Jackal. So much back to a standard lineup that we have seen so far out of Outlast. And honestly, at this point, I mean, it's your last attacking round. You might as well just go for everything. Go for Brook, break out the Lion, the Blitz, the Finka, everything you can, because honestly, I don't think you're stopping Vipers no matter what you bring. They are just looking so good right now.
Honestly, something that I've seen that to counter Viper's basement play here is just going for a straight garage hit. They really haven't had too much pressure over there. They've been focused on this top floor roam. So a fast hit through garage here could potentially be what they need to catch them off guard. As you can see, and Louis and Geji all off site. So if they were just to go for that fast garage hit, if they were able to identify that, they could have potentially already had sight and been getting the case down here, but they aren't able to identify or realize that, so they're going to be going for this top four hit and getting punished. Louis now taking out Flixus with his C4 on the roam. Yeji, however, does end up falling to Nightmare, who was holding that skylight flank, finally having an impact from that position and having it pay off. And now one of the yokai drones going down. Ani not able to make any impact from that one. And it's looking just ever so slightly better for Outlast Academy right now.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get the one Echo drone. The second one is obviously still out there floating around. And this is kind of how we've seen Echo be played these days. Ever since he lost his ability for his drones to go invisible, he's been using them to kind of aid the roamers on larger maps like Banks, on maps like Villa, and whatnot. So definitely unfortunate situation that they couldn't pull off what they did last time. Obviously, Yeji was able to, or Binyan, excuse me, was able to really take advantage of those yokai blasts and do a lot of work. But we're still going to see these Jackal pings coming out here. Nightmare is going to be dropping in through the hatch and moving through the rotate that was made by the Aruni earlier. Not going to be rotating onto lower square. Tomato going to be moving in through the teller's area. Binyan sitting here in the open area, going to be trying to take care of it. Oh,
Ooh.
Nightmare is going to be taking care of him, though. That's going to be Jaeger off the board. A massive frag. As he is one of your top, no, the top fragger, excuse me, 4 Vipers off the board. It's 3v4 and a minute left. Things finally looking like they're going
Uh-oh.
the way of Outlast.
And Spads getting a little bit hasty there with the hatch, ended up wasting 2 Hibana pellets, so I had to blast another set onto the hatch to get it open. And that's something I didn't mention with those oil canisters, is that they can actually block the Hibana pellets. And actually, Hidoi catching Ani out on some unwarranted aggression there, getting a pick that was needed for their team, now leading 4-2 going into this execute. But Chew with a nice shot, sitting pretty at 7-0 now. And now we're going to be seeing the smoke canisters actually coming through here too. And look at this. Spads using Hibana pellets in a way that will still open a not crawl, but crouch level breach. But again, it's still 2-on-3 here, and smoke canisters are going out. I don't think Outlast has what it takes, but right now, Nightmare with a triple is having the game of a round that he needs, and a quadra kill to close it out. Nightmare going through, putting up into pressure that was needed, and looking the right places at the right time, able to get his team on the board finally on the 6th and final round of the half. Very well played from Outlast and very well played from Nightmare there.
Yeah, they definitely needed it. I mean, if it takes a 4K from the sledge there from Nightmare to get around, I mean, you do what you got to do. A great round finally from Outlast, and hopefully that'll swing a little bit of momentum in their way. But you know, other than that, and we've talked about it, you looked good in one round out of 6, where the other 5 weren't even close. And now you're playing on defense against a very hungry, very aggressive, very strong Vipers team who have been hitting their shots, who have been making plays, who have these top fraggers. So, and also Louis has Lion, so you're not going to be able to move. That's going to be a bit of a problem coming out. So yeah, I'm happy that Outlast was finally able to get a round win there, and this is going to be a complete blowout. But they still have a ton of work to do here.
And important
We're
thing to
going to
note
see
here is
these
that
holes getting opened up here. They're actually not going to choose to reinforce that front wall in the CC room. And that's kind of a strategy you've seen a lot more here from teams is that makes it almost impossible to get that open as you're going to be so exposed. You can't really put a thermite charge on it because it takes so long to go off. So gonna have to try and really pinpoint those Zofia charges from Bean Yacht and be able to get that wall open. But we're gonna see these drones perfectly placed here to be taking care of anybody who happens to be roaming. As Amaru of Chu looking to find a window to go through, and finally gonna be going up and through, but nobody there to surprise.
And that's actually an important thing to note is that Chu, throughout the preparation phase, knowing that it was basement being played, chose to stay on the Maru here. Now, Maru isn't a bad operator per se, but for a basement take, not necessarily where you want to be. Doesn't really have any utility besides the flashbangs to help you get into sight and execute. However, she does have a very potent gun, that being the 50 drum round mag of that LMG. And also important to note, it's a drum round, so it's got a really fast reload going through, even if it's a full reload.
Yeah, I mean that's all you need, right? Geo go burr. That's kind of how it works. The other interesting thing though about Amaru is her ability to go up and down through hatches, much like Goyo, who has to climb up through the hatches. Amaru can just kind of shoot her grapple up through and be able to take care of that. So could be useful in a post plant situation. Get the plant down, zip up through the hatch, and be able to cover vertically. But we're going to see Ani getting these hatches open finally. About a minute 15 here, kind of working a little bit late. Bignot, he's going to be rotating through gold, and Chu is actually going to go all the way outside and drop now in through this sewer exit. Gonna have to hop onto a drone here. About a minute less, not a ton of time left for Vipers. They are actually moving very slowly as they've been able to clear out almost no real map presence, only just taking care of the middle floor.
Now, it is important to note here is that Vipers actually went through and did a full roam clear through the map, so they know that everyone is in and around sight there. And Chu, unfortunately, falling to but on a an aggressive flank through dirt, but we're going to be seeing actually Yeji getting a pick onto Flicks inside a garage, and now actually, Hidoy getting a nice double kill and Nightmare trying in with another. This is not looking great for Vipers on this basement hold. But Beanock does get a nice 2 for his troubles, and now he's in a 1 versus 2 against two pretty potent close range weapons, that being Spuds and Nightmares with the SMG 12 and the Vector. And it's actually going to be Vector that ends up closing it out onto Bean. Now we're going to be seeing Outlast getting their second round and their first defensive.
Yeah, I mean, they have definitely looked much better in these last two rounds than the previous five that we saw them in. However, that is a site, like you said, the Amaru was still on the board even after through the entire prep phase. So I think what they thought was they were going to be able to zip up to the third floor, maybe catch a roamer, give themselves an early man advantage. That's why we saw all those drones being sent around early on in that round. But unfortunately, there wasn't anybody up there. There was nobody really roaming at all. So once they got to the top floor, it was pretty much just wasted time. There was nobody on the middle floor either. Everybody was kind of playing more of a horizontal spread there on that site. So the Amaru play did not work out. However, it's still 5-2. I mean, Vipers are 2 rounds away here from taking map 1, and they're definitely going to be coming out swinging as they are bringing the Flores now. Ani, he's going to be hopping off of the hard breacher onto Flores using those Rotero drones, and we're going to have Ace coming out as well. Now, this is an interesting choice. A lot of people don't really like Ace on Bank because he just can't open hatches, right? I mean, that's kind of the biggest issue with him on Bank is that hatches are just not able to get opened up by him. He can only open one. So, a little bit of an issue there.
Now, while I will agree with you as to Ace's unpopular nature on Bank here, when you're on these middle floor sites, you don't necessarily need to get those hatches opened up. And as a matter of fact, opening up those hatches can be a detriment to your attack at times because you could have a defender very easily just flank back up to the top floor and do counterplay from those hatches. And Spud's actually hitting a nice shot on the Yeji, burying the smoke FMG9. which is actually an interesting thing to note here is that that's actually pretty viable on some of these middle and upper floor sites here on Bank specifically, just because of the long range engagements that you can have and how easy it is to control the recoil of the FMG9 along with how much damage it deals.
Well, I mean, you have the Oryx and you have the Maestro. Both of those have access to the bailiff. So, and of course, Oryx can literally just run through walls. So,
Oh yeah.
if you have the ability to make rotates, you're right. The SMG 11 combo with shotgun that we normally see on smoke isn't as needed. One would say Spud though going to be taking a little bit of damage. Just Chew fires through the wall, but unable to take him out. But yeah, well, there he goes. Chu is actually
Ooh.
going to get Hadoy into a lot more damage to Spud, actually. Beanyat, he's going to be coming up here in through the upper area. Going to be swamping over to what I believe is going to be his concussion grenades. We're going to see Ani now driving in his little Rotero drone. Probably going to be used to take care of this breach. No, actually, he's going to drive it just right under and have a good old time. Beanyat now going to be opening up into the office area, see if he can find anything. And this is where we're saying this is going to be the only hatch that Chu's going to be able to get opened up. And he used his other Selma charge on that wall to get the roamer up top. So very, very limited choices moving forward here for Vipers on this attack.
And with that hatch being open, that also kind of shows Viper's hand on where they're wanting to go through and attack through. Flixus, being aware of that as well, capitalizes taking out Louis there, and but now Outlast knows that it's going to be a focused attack on the north side, meaning that this flank from Nightmares was to be expected, and unfortunately it wasn't. So he does end up with a pick, and oh no, being not able to get the finishing kill, and he gets back in the sight, and he's unaware of the second flanker, Spud's getting another, but he ends up falling, and now we have Ani in a 1 versus 2, both defenders. Oh my goodness, what a shot from him! Now he has to go through and try to find out where Nightmare is playing. He's unaware right now, so he's going to be trying to go through and stick the plant, but there's intel on him. He's going to be sticking the plant while Nightmares has full intel, and now Ani, going for flashbangs, trying to not only disorient himself, but also Nightmare, and he gets into a great post-plant position.
Yeah, Nightmare has absolutely no idea that Ani has actually taken himself outside. For Nightmare, though, he's going to be hicking that diffuse. Now we're going to have to see if Ani can come in and get the kill. Oh, some shots ringing out. Both of these players now down to very low health. Pistol coming out from Nightmare. He's going to hop right back on this. Not a lot of time left. Ani, you've got to make a decision, bud. 13 seconds left. Nightmare's going to have to stick this one as he doesn't have time, so this is going to have to come down to it. He's off
Oh
now. Only 7
no!
seconds left. Nightmare's not able to win the round. Ani, a fantastic effort, wasting so much time. Pros don't fake, but my goodness, you have to stick that diffuser. You have to keep your eye on the time. It takes 7 seconds. You're down that low. You cannot get off of it because then at that point, even if you get the kill, it's still a lost round. You got to go for broke there in that situation. Vipers able to pull one back here and put themselves on match point. Meanwhile, Ani going absolutely off that round, able to clutch it up, get some nice kills for his team, and put them on match point.
And that was such a very well navigated clutch situation from Ani there. Not only does he know that from the open window he can hop in and just very easily pre-fire the diffuser where it is, knowing that there's very limited positions where Nightmare could have been, and as well, very Nightmare up until the closing moments because his Banshee actually ended up throwing Ani off just enough that he wasn't able to just instantly secure the kill. It allowed him to try and force him out in a way to a position where he was forced to rotate. The only unfortunate part about that is that Nightmare didn't capitalize on the fact that he had pushed him out and away and didn't stick the plant. But before I pass it off to you here, Crisis, Louis has now stuck the Maru and, ooh, taking a little bit of spawn peak damage as well from Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh,
cases, Tails is old as time, right? If it's banked, there's got to be somebody roaming top floor, and Louis going to have to try to take this opportunity as we're going to see a lot more of an aggressive round here. Finka already smacking windows to try to get in as well. It's going to be Yeji. He's going to be coming through. Beanyat's going to be right behind him. Hidoy, though, he's going to be underneath, trying to pull off some fancy footwork with that Oryx, doing a lot of maneuvering as he saw Vipers do to him. But Spud,
Ooh.
once again, going to get the opening pick for his team here. He's been doing very well. However, he's going to be traded right back out. So that's going to be your smoke off the board for the Finka. That's a pretty even trade, if you ask me. But
Oh
Nightmare,
no.
he's going to be right there to take out Chu, and that's going to be your sole hard breacher off the board. So no hatches that are reinforced will be getting opened in this round at all.
And that's a really unfortunate position too for him to die, because that allows Nightmares to just go through and flank through Banana here now. Because not only did he die, but now Louis is fallen. Ani, however, aware that the Oryx is going to be trying to play somewhere inside of the basement, it's going to be trying to go for and clear him out. Now, the only thing I don't like about this play is that he has Diffuser. So if he dies, Beanyot's in a horrible position to try and get that back. But as we saw from our observer cam there, Hidoy is actually not in the basement right now. He's actually inside of the elevator just above him. So Ani can very easily be caught out and off guard here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're in a bad position either way. Whether it's Beanyot with the case or whether it's Ani with the case, they're both so far separated from each other with so much room in between that it's going to be hard for either of them to kind of refrag for each other. We're going to be seeing that vertical play getting done by Beanyot up top. All the breach charges are going to be gone. A frag grenade going to be coming out. He had to have heard the drop there. That has to be his telltale sign.
Ooh!
Beanyot, though, he's going to swing and get one on the Nightmare. That's huge as Ani. He's going to finish off Hidoy as well. Things have become a lot more winnable now. We're going to see the Shadow come out here from Yana, her little hologram clone. Flicks, he's going to be throwing out some more magnets because he knows something is going to be coming through in a projectile form, whether it's a grenade or a Zofia charge. 30 seconds left here. Vipers have a true ability to pull this off if they can do it together.
And you could see the minor reposition coming out from Flixus there as he heard Beanyot stiff stumping from above, and now actually Ani in a bad position because there's no rotate into the small office. And now LMG let it sing. Tomatoes to LMG was not the better in this situation, and Beanyot with a nice spray through the wall ends up closing it out by getting Tomato off the board, and that was very, very dire for Vipers there in those last seconds, because you saw Ani was going to have to push him through the flag door because of the time and not having a rotate. So he was just mere seconds away from being caught out by Tomato on the Wamai. So Beanyot being able to close that out, having very good map awareness and knowledge there. Very well played by Vipers there to close it out 7-2.
Yeah, so all three of Viper's defense or Outlast, defensive round, Spud was able to get the opening kill. The first two they won. The second one they didn't. So things were looking good for them as Spud was trying to continue that train, but an unfortunate situation is Ani, he's just too good. Ani's been around the T3 scene for a very, very long time. And if you've seen any kind of league that Vipers have been in, you've seen Ani's name pretty much the top of the leaderboard every single time. He's an excellent gunner, really, really good game sense. And we saw it with that flick there up into the upper area by Square through the janitor hallway. So just a fantastic performance from Vipers, taking it again. They're the number one seed in this division. They're there for a reason, Blaze. They are very, very good at what they do. So yeah, I mean, a great map for Vipers, but we're going to be going to a map, Blaze, that you have not casted, I don't believe, and I have not casted either. Coming up, we have Skyscraper. I am excited.
I am so excited and finally ready to be able to say Geisha and Ivy in a cast, and it not be a complete and utter joke. I love Skyscraper in competitive. I have loved it since the original version of the map when it was an absolute, crap shot of a map.
A true cluster, if you will.
Yeah, a real flustercluck.
Yeah, of course. But we will have to wait about 5 minutes. We're going to throw it to a little bit of a break here so we can load up that map. We can get everybody in. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with Skyscraper on map number 2 of Outlast Academy versus Vipers. See you in a few minutes.
up and sit down.
Well, howdy doody. Welcome on back to All World Gaming. It's myself, Blaze482, brought to you by All World Gaming with Crisis. How you doing?
I just as good as we were, you know. We're going to skyscrapers. You can see behind me a little bit outdated artwork there, but I'm super excited to be
Nostalgia,
go.
though.
Yeah, nostalgia. I am excited to be going here. I've always enjoyed watching competitive skyscraper because the pros and competitive players play this game at an entirely different level than what you and I play it at as casual fans of Siege. And we've always been able to see teams do really cool stuff with really cool maps. And Skyscraper's a map that when I heard it was coming back into competitive play after the tweak, the rework, if you will, I got very excited because I was super excited to see how Skyscraper was going to play out. It was added back in with Border. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Border tonight, but we might not even be seeing our third map if Vipers can pull off another swift victory here. This is their map choice, Blaze. They did choose to
Yeah.
go here, so if they were that dominant on their opponent's map choice, oh boy, things might not be looking too good for Outlast.
Yeah, really dicey when you think about it. Outlast on their map choice ended up getting 7-2
7-3.
on their 7-3 on their preferred side, that being defense. They
Yeah.
couldn't swap it back. They stopped the 6-0 from happening. They chained together two defensive rounds, but they weren't able to chain it forward more into a potentially tie game or themselves getting match point. And so, if I'm them, I'm sweating under the collar just a little bit.
Yeah, they were able to stop the bleeding a little bit. Unfortunately, they had multiple bullet wounds. I mean, they were just getting cut up left, right, and center. We talked about it there. Ani, fantastic game. I mean, the game sense that Ani has is just fantastic. So the ability to take care of a round and clutch up when needed, absolutely awesome. We do have a little bit of a delay. Outlast is taking just a few minutes to kind of get back in the lobby. Somebody just couldn't microwave their hot pocket, you know, fast enough. So we just got stalled for a little bit. So, but that all being said, there we go. Now we're in it. As far as bands go, this is going to be the first time we're seeing this being played. So, if I had to wager a guess, I
Mm-hmm.
assume we're probably going to see Thatcher band at some point.
Most definitely.
Probably a Valkyrie band,
Yep.
and maybe a Zero band.
What then?
A Zero.
I would think that actually Flores is a more likely ban than a Zero. He's able to just drive his drones around, have a lot of impact here, and actually we're going to be seeing Yana get banned. That's an interesting one here. And specifically just because it's a very frag heavy operator, and look at that, Jaeger being banned. So, Vipers not being one to play to the map, but instead playing to their opponents. And we're going to actually see Outlast ban Mira here, which is a pretty standard ban for this map. She reshapes it in ways that you wouldn't necessarily want to have happen to you. But the bans here, really, really creative coming out from Vipers, not only Yana but Jaeger, which is well, honestly, Crisis. I want your opinion on those two bands, real quick.
Yana ban I don't understand. Um, I just don't. Truly, do not get that ban. Uh, we got to see Vipers use Yana very effectively. Not quite sure what happened there with that ban, and we didn't see Outlast like use
Touch
it
her at all.
very well against her. Um, so yeah, it's an odd one. Jaeger has me thinking. So my guess, Blaze, is because
Hmm.
we have an operator in this game that has kind of taken over on attack. And you might know who I'm talking about. The one and only Finka. Frag grenades, LMG, and you know, the ability to give all guns negative recoil, basically. So,
Well, that feature's been gone for a little bit.
yeah, but the thing is though, when you're running all MGs, they all have negative recoil anyway. But what I think is going to happen now, you ban the Yana, which is interesting, but you ban the Jaeger. I have a feeling that we are going to see a massive amount of throwables come in. Yes, Wilmai's in the game. Yes, you have a Rooney, but Jaeger has been the staple of you can stop worrying about grenades now since the game has launched. He's been a launch character. He's been reworked a little bit, but he was a launch operator. He's been in the game since day one. He has been the staple. Fantastic gun. He put on a little bit of weight, as we all do during the pandemic. You know, he's now a two armor, a two speed. Um, but it, he's a fantastic all around operator. If you don't know who to play Jaeger, right? When you remove Jaeger from the board, teams kind of don't know what to do, right? Yes, again, they have Lamai. Yes, again, they have a Rooney. But Jaeger is the pumpkin pie that you put the whipped cream on, right? Like, Lamai and Aruni are the whipped cream. Jaeger's the pumpkin pie, man. And you're taking the pumpkin pie away. Whoo, boy.
I mean,
I'm
well,
expecting grenades
my
everywhere.
well, my even has a voice line that harkens back to Jaeger. You can worry less about grenades now.
Yeah, you can worry less about grenades now. Um I but the thing about it is, so Aruni's are ready to go right at the beginning, right? You can just shoot them up, boom, they absorb whatever's there. Well, Mai has to wait in order to get all of his out there. You normally get two by the end of the prep phase, maybe three. You're kind of close to three, but you get definitely two. If there's a rush coming in, you're not going to stop. I mean, let's think about the main kind of operator lineups that we get right now. Faker, you get Zofia, Maverick has played a ton, Sledge. I mean, just in that one, you've got Maverick, Finka, Sledge. That's six grenades. Zofia, four projectiles. Oh boy, this is gonna be a whole lot of spice. Now, Vipers, they are kind of handicapping themselves a little bit as they are starting on defense. So we could see this come back to bite them, but I just have a feeling that when Vipers swap to attack, they're going to be hyper aggressive. The good news is, Blaze, we don't have to wait much longer as teams are back in the lobbies. We had a little bit of a technical error there about who was starting on what side, but here we go. We're going to be going to Skyscraper for the very first time in AWG this season.
I'm excited to see how this goes. And starting off here, we're gonna be seeing an very interesting site here, the master and bathrooms split site. Now you don't typically see this site ever, not even inside of ranks. So because of the channels that the attackers can get to you through, you have that hatch right here on the top floor. You have that double wall right next to the main doorway. You have the window right outside of the closet. If we go down a floor real quick, and then as well, you have the entirety of the service and delivery area just right next to the bathroom with that double wall. So there are just so many points of entry for the attackers to try and take. And as well, top floor control is extremely crucial when it comes to this site as well.
I mean, but you can honestly say the same thing about our last map that we just played on Bank. I mean, there's a lot of avenues to attack a lot of those middle floor sites with verticality plays and things like that. The one thing about Skyscraper is, though, much like maps like Chalet and Villa, windows, hundreds of them. And that's why we're going to see Frost coming out. Frost is going to be such a just absolutely necessary operator to be able to catch people as they're hopping through windows, because that's really the only true way into the building is through the. And there we go. Yeji going to be taking out Tomato. That's going to be your Finka off the board. And then we're going to see Flix take him out. So a nice retrade there. But you're training your Mozzie. Ani, he's going to be getting one with the Nitro Cell. And we are starting off hot.
I
You're
love
going to lose your
Skyscraper.
heart. You're going to lose your hard breach and your ultimate support character of Finka early, and all you did was trade out a 4'10" Australian man. Vipers are very happy with where they're at right now.
And it's already showing that Outlast is not the most comfortable on this map. They're not clearing the angles the way they should be. They're not checking for the frost mats like they should, and they're getting caught off guard by some really basic stuff right now. As well, you see that there's still a very, very pronounced top floor presence here, but now we're going to be seeing Chu actually being stunned out, but they do end up getting a frag grenade on one, but Chu chiming in with two from the corner, and now Spud's getting beamed up, but he's still in a 1 versus 2 with a minute left on the clock. He's got a lot of time to work with, but honestly, with the way this map extends horizontally, these defenders could be anywhere at this point.
Well, they could be anywhere, but Chu is literally going to be, just kind of right around. Oh, he's actually not. He actually rotated off. I thought he was sitting right on the diffuser, but they're actually going to choose to just rotate back towards site. It's actually very smart because now Spud has to push into him. You can see he's right around half health, and Chu with 2 kills. You know he's looking to add a third for this round, but we have to see what can happen. Spud going to be coming down those main stairs. Ani is going to be playing right there on the mute. Actually, Spud went back up. He's choosing to go a little bit of vertical play here, but time is ticking down. 20 seconds left. Doesn't have a ton of time. He's going to have to make a move. You can see just kind of doing everything he can here to clear out his drop. He's dropped with the frag. I was cooked a very long time. And Chu, my goodness, I didn't think he was going to get the grenade out of his hand, but a nice long angle from Chu. He's going to get himself 3K for his trouble this round. Fantastic plays from the Frost. But I kind of want to break down what happened there in that dragon area. I don't know if you saw it or not, but the frag grenade went through the dragon door into that little office area and killed the castle. So they thought it was clear, and Chu was just sitting there in dragon on the other side of the steps. I mean, how do you not clear that, Blaze?
How you don't clear that is that you don't realize where that stun went off from. The Zoph stun went off. It actually ended up stunning Chu, but they thought it was from inside of dragons, so they didn't bother checking. And when they got that frag grenade kill from the Maverick, ended up just making an assumption that, oh, okay, we got the person holding us off here, we're going to be clear. And as you can see on that left-hand side of Dragon, below the stairs is where Chu is actually hiding. And that is where he ended up chewing through Outlast. That's the one for stream there, by the way.
Everybody gets one, and that's yours. But yeah, I mean, just like you said, Outlast just doesn't appear to know what they're doing, right, on this map. And obviously, that's very clear. They didn't clear the below the stairs. I mean, where were all the drones, right? Like, you had plenty of time. Where are your drones? So, yeah, Outlast, they got punched in the mouth a little bit there. Hopefully they can bring it back and do something here. Otherwise, we're going to have a very quick round, or a very quick match like we did on Bank. Twitch drone actually going to get caught out by a mute jammer. That's a very interesting situation that they're going to have to try to deal with. They don't really have a way to deal with it other than the Twitch, and they can't get it through the drone hole, so going to have to try to figure out another way around it.
Yeah, and that mute jammer specifically is really difficult to remove because it is in behind a corner, in office. But as you heard, that mute jammer has been shot by a Twitch drone, so now the thermite Flix is going to be able to open up that office wall. But important to note, office is not the site here, so this is just using utility to go into the building. And now Louis going to be punishing Tomato, who is trying to come in through Ivy or Garden, depending on which your preferred call out is. And still playing inside a drum, try to prevent anyone from entering in over here. But as you can see, Beanyot getting a lot of pressure over from Dragonside, and then crossing over too. And oh, nice shot coming out from him.
Yeah, nice shot. Spud, though, he's going to be able to make that little bit of a rotate with the sledgehammer and take his head off. But the damage has been done. You've lost Zofia. You've lost Finka. Two big guns, two big abilities. We're going to see Flix get his drone shot there. Finally, Outlast using their drones and using their utility to try to take care of it. Some shots coming through, and talk about some siege timing as the head of the Twitch almost got ripped off. Nightmare going to be taking a ton of damage, though. He's going to have to figure out exactly where he's being shot from. Flix living up to his name, and a nice shot there onto the Wamaya. It's going to be Louis off the board, so no more magnets. Projectiles are going to be free to fly. Spud here holding this long angle towards Geisha. The rest of the magnets have been shut off, so yes, like I said, projectiles, you're free to go. But now Yeji going to be taking a head off Spud, so that's two less frags you're going to have to worry about.
Okay. Now,
okay.
Important thing to note is that Nightmare is being secret agent man right now, crouch walking through the map, and unfortunately for him, Ani was on this first floor doing an extended roam and ends up just shooting him in the back. Like, I'm not sure what Nightmare was doing there. They were in a 2 versus 3. Why was he not with his teammate?
Well, he was trying to rat, and it just so happens that Ani is an exterminator.
Yeah,
so
know,
I mean,
Nightmare was just going around the map like, oh boy, jeez.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who don't know, RAT stands for Random Actions and Tactics, and that's exactly what's going on. Crouch walking through the middle of the floor on first floor. I mean, yeah, again, it just plays to the fact that Outlast appears like they don't have any idea of what they're doing, right? I don't want to just flat out say that they don't know what they're doing, but they haven't shown us that they know what they're doing so far on this map. I mean, it's one of those situations where Vipers picked this map. They've kind of hinted all season long that they've been holding strats back, right? The ever infamous we've been saving strats. And if that's true, and this is the true Vipers that we're actually seeing here right now, every single team in the playoffs had better go back and start watching these VODs because they're playing out of their minds.
Now, I just want to divert to a completely nonsensical thing, but Ani and Louis there ended up reinforcing at the same second there, and that was just some nice. Just I know it's a small thing, yeah, Compatico. It's always really just easy to see two people reinforcing at the same time because it's perfectly in sync always. But here we're going to be seeing a little bit of early pressure coming out. Flux is going to be going ahead and getting the wall open as there is no mute jammer on it. But as you could hear, you heard the neon ring of an Aruni Surya gate on that wall. So it is not free pickings here just yet. And Ani actually playing from below, potentially going to be going for a C4 play if anyone tries to enter through the breach.
Yeah, and you can see on some kind of camera here, probably a Valkyrie camera.
Oh no.
Set up the Nitro going to be coming out.
No. He's stun cams. He doesn't know he's being caught out by a Twitch drone. He's going to be pushed in, and now he falls. But Chu, on the opposite angle, does end up picking out Tomato. So it is a 1-for-1 trade, and Ani doing as he did best during that round, staying on his cameras, giving out good intel. But unfortunately for Outlast, that was a 1-for-1, and you lost your Finka.
Yeah, but honestly, you lose Ani, who had the Nitro, right? I mean, you're losing your frags and you're losing your health boost from the Finka. It's obviously a massive blow, but you're losing that Nitro for the post-plant. Louis, though, however, doesn't need a Nitro, as he's just going to shoot Flix right in the head. MP5K doing a ton of work here. Such a great gun, so accurate. Got the 1.5 on it, and just the ability to handle so much with that gun. Now we're going to try to see some vertical plays under here with this frag grenade. Is it going to net anything? Absolutely not. nowhere even close to the
It
remaining
caught a
members of
drone.
Vipers. Well, you know what? It did catch a drone, so points for that. Yeji, though, points for taking the head right off a Nightmare. So a good shot there. That little P10 Roni doing some work, choosing not to go for the DMR here
Uh,
on at least not yet anyway. 40 seconds left. Things are not looking good for Outlast.
Yeah, especially
Well,
if Yeji had hit that shot there, would have taken Spuds off the board. Now Hidoi chiming in with another, and he's inside of Exhibition now, but he does end up being traded out by Binya, leaving Spuds in a very poor position, and now a two-player crossfire here. His position is more than well known. Chu has fallen back to play a little bit more of that passive angle, allowing Binya to get into a little bit of a better position, and now Chu actually as a result of falling back, gets that final kill on the Spuds. And that's going to put Vipers up yet another round here. And again, Outlast not looking too hot, not looking too great.
yeah, I mean, there wasn't really a whole lot to kind of call that round. There was a lot of death in the early beginnings, and then Outlast just kind of fizzled with their last two attackers. There was a little spark of hope. They brought it back to a 2-2, but Vipers, man, they're ready. They're so ready. They want to win this league. They're absolutely playing out of their minds. And again, we saw it on Bank. Even when things look like they're close, they're not close. I mean, they're just not. Vipers are playing on a whole other level right now. Outlast, they have the ability to take rounds, right? We saw them. They did win 3 rounds on Bank. So they do have the ability to beat Vipers on certain sites, and they do have the ability to outplay them. It's their lack of consistency, though, Blaze, that is kind of
Hmm.
hurting them here because the Vipers, you look at the kills, right? I mean, Chu right now a little bit inflated with 6 kills, but then 2, 2, 2, and 3. 1-0-4-2-1. I mean, things a lot more evenly spread out for Vipers. Of course, Chu had that fantastic round in the first round where you got a bunch of kills there in Dragon. So little bit of an inflation there, but yeah, just much more consistent on the Viper side of things than for Outlast.
And here we're going to be seeing a little bit of. Am I the only one? But am I getting a little bit of delayed audio?
Maybe. Because my audio is fine.
Okay, I'm going to real quick just refresh my. I'm just getting that slight audio delay, and it is. So now we're going to be seeing actually Chu chiming in with another one in this round, and it's looking like he is on a warpath here. Now he is going to be popping up in that geisha hatch. Going to be trying to see if there's anyone below trying to hold his cutoff. But as you can see through the X-ray view, he's staying above here. Now Hidoi going to be applying pressure to him through geisha. Nightmare, however, falling to Bean Yacht, and a red ping on Chu is going to force him back just a little bit. But now he is going to nated, but he's going to go for the vault over. Oh no!
Oh,
Tomato! Chu goes for the melee, misses, and unfortunately for him, that's going to cost him his life there. But Ani gets one on the flicks, and Hidoi running through a Capcan trap, going to be brought down to about 50 HP here. Now being on a two-person crossfire and runs into the pre-fire from Yeji. And now Yeji, unaware as that Tomato was right there, going to end up going down and being naded. But that is not a confirmed kill for English. It's kind of hard. That kill does not end up getting confirmed as he does get traded out by Bean Yacht.
yeah, Capkin traps doing a bunch of work. I mean, we saw early. The Lion took a bunch of damage from a Capkin trap. I thought perhaps it was a Nitro until I looked at the utility, and every single member of Vipers still had all of their Nitros in hand. So the Capkin trap's doing a lot of work there. And again, it goes back to what we've talked about before, and I really don't like harping on the negatives that teams do, but when it continues to happen, you kind of got to call it out. They're not checking anything. They're not checking corners. They're not checking doorways. They're not checking their drones. The one round that they came very close to winning, they were doing all those things. They droned out Ani. They were able to kill him. They were able to take care of that situation, and things were close. these rounds have just been dominant from Vipers, and it's just because Outlast, I don't know if they don't know the flow of the map. I don't know what is going on, but they are being handled right now by the Vipers for a second map in a row.
Really unfortunate for Outlast 2 because, again, it just, as I mentioned here, from that first round, it really looks like they are not practiced and they're not comfortable on Skyscraper at all. They're being caught out by some really just ratty plays, some basic plays as well, and it's just playing completely into their detriment here. But now we're going to be seeing Karaoke in T yet again coming out, and actually look at the stack here. We're going to be seeing a 5-man rush up the black stairs being set up. So right now, the only point of contact to contest and prevent this is going to be Chu right now. And actually, Impact goes out, so that's going to be a huge audio cue coming out for Vipers. Now we're going to be seeing Nightmare pushing up the stairs. Flix is getting a pick on the Ani from below. That Banshee does end up going off, and now we're going to be seeing Smoke Canister go off. Now we're going to be seeing Flix pushing up the stairs, going for the pre-fire in the hallway. Doesn't land a shot. Now you're going to see Louis and Chu falling down, but Chu gets one for his troubles. Now Hidoi going in for the site, but Spaz and Tomato falling to a main stairs flank from Bean and Yeji. Now going to be taken out by Yeji, and now we're in a 1 versus 2 situation. Yeji currently in Geisha and one over by main stairs, that being Dinya. Nightmare almost getting shot in Yeji, but not quite able to make it happen just yet. But look at the
Yeah, he's faking that case. He threw the drone out to be watched. He's going to get the call that somebody is trying to swing him in the hallway, and he's going to be able to take out one. That's Beanyat. He's going to go into the other site now with the case, and it's all going to come down to Yeji. No softball to be able to shoot him through, at least not from that angle. He's going to have to rotate into the actual site here. He's going to be waiting to see if he pulls out. He does not. Actually, now going to be firing through the soft wall, but Nightmare finally going to be able to finish it off, and Outlast going to be able to get their first round here. And see, these are the things. This is exactly what I just talked about, Blaze. They took their time. They droned. They saw what was available to them, and they took advantage of it. They have not done that for 4 straight rounds, except for the round that they almost won. This is what they have to do. They can take rounds from Vipers. They absolutely can. They just have to play together. This spread out stuff that they've been trying has not been working. They stacked up with the mentality of, you can't kill us all, and it worked. I'm not saying it's going to work a second time, but they have to do something, and they finally got a little bit of a spark there because they simply droned.
work coming out from them as well. They were able to get the opening picks that they wanted and needed for this, and not only that, they were able to put it into an, for the most part, advantageous position for themselves up until the closing moments where Nightmare ended up having to win a 1 versus 2 clutch, but having nerves of steel there, he was able to cinch it out and close it. And speaking of Nightmare, we're actually going to be seeing him go off from the Twitch to off the next position side hold.
Yeah, Jackal, but C7E Jackal. An odd choice. I mean, you're going to get a little bit more range, but that PDW that Jackal has is just so strong. Spud going to be busting open the window and just firing shots, and I really hope Outlast is not going back to what they've been doing here, because they had something that worked for them. Here we go. Okay, they're stacking up a little bit here. This is going to be good. They brought the Jackal to try to help with roamers. We're going to see some yellow pings coming out. Again, this is going to be a full 5-man push here. So they're all going to be working together. This is what Outlast needs to do. They need to take out the rumors one by one and then execute onto site. They do have somebody up top to deal with, and I do believe that's going to be Yeji playing in the Geisha. And yep, sure is. He's going to be able to take out Nightmare. Headshot for Yeji. Rack up another one, and he's going to be rotating into the T room, but damage done. Jackal off the board. He's going to get another one. That's going to be spun off the board. So that's your sledge gone. No more vertical play for you. Very unfortunate for Outlast. You can see they're falling apart here again. They're still stacked up, but no refresh. You cannot let Yeji just do this.
Honestly, that gunfight from Barbecue Door up to Geisha Hatch is a really difficult one to win because of those wooden beams those breakable wooden bars that are on the ceiling. So that's just a little bit of unfortunate timing coming out from Nightmare there to try and contest. And now a giant C4 coming in from below. Chu getting one, and Beanyot finishing off the other, putting Hidoi in a very precarious predicament. And now Yeji flanking up through Black Stairs. No cutoff drone in position. Gets his 3K on the round. What an amazing round coming out from Vipers after a just breakneck speed that came out from Outlast the previous round. It's it's a shame, honestly.
So you remember when I say that these rounds haven't even been close?
Flawless.
Outlast gets a W, and Vipers goes, all right, well, that's enough of that. They don't drop a single member. A flawless ending to their defensive side, which, oh, hey, by the way, they're up 5-1. The exact same scoreline from Bank on their first half. And we all know how that ended. Outlast was able to take 3 total rounds on Bank, but honestly, Vipers are just in a completely different level here. They're playing so well, so smart. Now they're on the attack. We're going to see the Maverick coming out, but we're also going to see Chu bringing out the Nomad. And this is an operator who was kind of made infamous on old Skyscraper, right? Because of all the runouts and the jump outs onto the balconies. Before claymores were readily available on a ton of operators, this is where Nomad really started to shine. So it's going to be good to see Nomad kind of coming back to her roots a little bit and playing on the map that really made Nomad great again. So I'm excited to see a little bit. I love Nomad. She's one of my favorite operators. So I'm just happy to see her play at any time she's on the board.
Now
I'm a
speaking,
Nomad simp here. Okay, sorry.
yeah, simp sniper monkey. But going on about that same point you were just making, Ani actually bringing the claymores instead of breaching charges here, and newly reworked claymores. Nothing too flashy. Now every operator on attack that brings claymores has 2 in their pocket rather than 1, which is honestly really good in conjunction with Nomad because that's 5 separate flanks that you can set and forget utility on to just kind of aid in your roam clear or site execution. But now we're going to be seeing Bean pushing into T room here. Going to be potentially contesting 2 here. Might not be aware of the player close, but now he is since they've just contested him. Going to be going for the pre-fires, but not anything is going to happen from it. And now we have actually a 3-man hold coming from the Drum and Dragon side.
Yeah, but that wall's been reinforced, so they're not able to make the holes there on the floor of that wall and negation that Vipers are able to use so effectively. And we're going to see Hidoi be
Uh-oh.
taking a ton of damage and eventually be finished off by Yeji. Louis, he's going to get one as well on the spot and put it into a 5v3. A minute 40 left here, and already Vipers looking very strong. 2 very big members of Outlast down, 2 nitro cells off the board. More importantly, honestly, that's huge. Still 2 left though. Nightmare and Flick still have theirs, but Piper's in a very good position here to be moving on to this office site.
And as you could hear from that audio cue from Yeji's operator, Zofia Filifinka, she just sent out both of her stuns, meaning that the only utility she's got left are her impacts. 1 left in the pocket as the IV rotate has been made, but Ani cannot open up the wall that he wants as it is currently muted off. Tomato trying to go for a cheeky pick through that line of sight that Yeji had opened, but gets picked off by Louis, now leaving Flixus and Nightmare in a 1 versus 4. And Nightmare, while he does end up getting one with the C4, it gets immediately shot down and traded, and allows. It's just rough luck coming out from Outlast right now.
But it's not rough luck. I mean, it's
A rough
poor.
look.
Oh, rough luck. Okay, I thought you said rough luck. I was gonna say it's not rough luck. It's poor play. That's kind of been the problem here because again, we've seen them win rounds. It's just again, Vipers so strong, and it's just so hard to kind of take care of them right now. We're gonna go down to kitchen site here, but the way Vipers have been playing, it's I hate, like I said, harping on the things that teams do bad. But when you don't give us anything good to talk about, Outlast, we're gonna have to talk about the bad, right? And I know some people are going to get upset about that because they have favorite players on these teams and whatnot, but honestly, there's nothing else we can really say. Outlast is getting outclassed by Vipers here, plain and simple. I mean, it doesn't matter what they try. They had one successful round, but and then right after that, they got smacked in the teeth with a flawless round coming out from Vipers. So it is not over yet. They do still have the opportunity to tie this up and take it into overtime and take us to a map 3. But Blaze, they have to play flawless siege. They cannot make a single mistake here throughout the rest of these rounds if they even want to try to get it to overtime.
5 rounds back to back, exactly what you were mentioning here. And that is difficult even for the best and strongest of teams inside a siege. Now, it's not impossible, but it is improbable, as you mentioned. And here, especially since we're going to be seeing the kitchen and barbecue site, not a favorite site as a primary or secondary, and especially now that Spuds has sent out one of his team C4s, that's going to be a dire look for his team. And ooh, if Tomato had not been more careful there, he could have actually ended up being caught off by the Black Window Repel.
Yeah, and again, this is just playing right back into the fact that Outlast just look lost. I mean, they're struggling to be able to handle anything. We're going to see some Candelas coming out onto those black stairs as the player there crouched and going to be trying to be taken out. Yeji, he's going to get the opening kill. He will be refragged by Spud, so that's going to tie things up in a 4v4. Spud playing here on those back stairs. Ani's actually going to be taking a little bit of damage here, and he's going to continue to take this fight with Spud, as now Spud is going to be downed and finished off by Binya. The 4v3, the minute 40 left. Nightmare, though, going to be returning one on the Ani. Tomato going to be taken out by Binyat. So it's a 3v2 with a minute and a half left. Case is down, however, and Binyat, he's going to take a ton of damage and eventually go down.
Oh,
Nitro's going to be coming out as the Candela goes flying as well. Man, this has just been absolutely back and forth this round. It says 3v2, but it's actually a 2v2 as Binyat is still on the ground. Nightmare, they're going to get taken out, and it's going to be into a 3v1, now a 2v1, as Flix finally finishes off Binyat. A minute 13 left. He has the SAS shotgun in hand. Very formidable weapon, but there's nobody even coming from that direction. He's going to have to turn around here, use the SMG-11, and try to get him as they come down through these back stairs.
and seemingly aware of that, he has repositioned himself, but now he's given away his position, relocating into barbecue proper. Now he is going to end up being droned out by that drone you saw going through the main stairs, and now we're going to be seeing Chu prepping a Candela to flash flexes as Louis is going to be going through down the black stairs. So this is going to be a real dire for Flixes here in a second, because he's going to end up eating 7 flash grenades to the face here. Oh, Chew, that's not what you need to do.
He's trying to fuse it. Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to do the vertical play that you can do with the Candelas, because they work as either a throwable or like a cluster charge by fuse. But now we're going to be seeing the site execute coming through. Chu going to be taken, not Chu, but Louis going to be taken down by that shotgun. But Chu with a nice shot on the Flixes. That is going to be GG, and overall, Vipers winning their series 2-0 in a very domineering fashion at that. Not They didn't lose but 4 rounds over the total quick mass 18 rounds played.
Yeah. What else can you say? Vipers, they're number 1 seed. And I've said it tonight a few times. There's a reason why they're there. Outlast is not done, though. This is double elimination, so there is still some hope. They have the ability to take from this and go into the losers bracket and be able to come through. Maybe they meet Vipers in the grand finals through that bottom tier run. You never know. They are not done yet. They will be done for today, though. However, no map 3. We don't get to go to Cafe Dostoevsky. We do not get to munch on the cupcakes, but we did get to have some great barbecue on Skyscraper, and I'm very happy for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we said, that's going to wrap it up for this part of the broadcast. Unfortunately, we will have no map 3. However, we do have another game for you tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. We are going to have the 3rd seed of Alpha 1 up against the 2 seed of Rated Gaming. It's going to be another best of 3 here in the quarterfinals. And yeah, it's another one to be looking forward to. I will be back, Blaze. I believe you will be back as well. So we'll be the ones bringing you that action. Congratulations,
Yes,
the
sir.
Vipers. GG on your victory. We're going to be tossing it now to a short break in between these matches. And by short, I mean about an hour and a half. So we'll see you back again tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern for Alpha One versus Rated Gaming. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
Romantic, isn't it? Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down. Romantic, isn't it? Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down. Romantic, isn't it? Shut up and sit down.
Hello,
Hello.
ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We are match 2 of the night. I'm Crisis. That's Blaze. Blaze. We
Hello.
went from a snazzy map of skyscraper to now we're going to another snazzy one, as you guys can see behind me here. We're going to theme park. And this was Rated Gaming's pick. They're going up against Alpha One. These are the 2 and 3 seeds. Alpha Gaming or Alpha One being the 3 seed, and Rated Gaming being the 2 seed. So a little bit of a prelim as to what we're going to see next Tuesday. As we just saw Vipers win their game 2-0. Winner of this game will be playing them on Tuesday night. So whoever wins has a tough task ahead of them, but right now they've got to deal with each other.
Dealing with each other is indeed what we're going to be seeing here tonight, and we have a very, very interesting first map choice, theme park. You don't see that get brought out too often, not even inside of tier 1. A lot of pro players tend to want to try and avoid that map just because of how in depth it is to try and go for it in attacking side execute. It's really, really defender favored, but rated going to be. Oh wait, that's Alpha One's pick, actually, or no? Uh,
Production told me it was rated, so
yeah, I'm
we're gonna
gonna go
have
with
to.
that. I'm gonna go with what production has told. Instead, just did get confirmation it was Rated's pick, so we have the picks here on our screen a little bit backwards, but that is fun. But Rated having gone here first, allowing Alpha One to start on the defense is going to be really interesting to see here, especially since that. Thank you, production, for going ahead and getting that fixed right quick for us. Especially given that infamously throughout every iteration of the map, it has been categorically and unequivocally defender sided.
So on the maps that we saw in the Vipers game, right? We saw Bank and we got to see Skyscraper. 2 maps with tons of verticality open up to them. We're going to the extreme opposite here, Blaze. Theme Park has very little verticality play. That throne room is essentially a fortress, not the terrible map, but an
Oosh.
actual good fortress. To the point to where, yes, you're very limited as an attacker on how you can break in. You really only have barrels breach, you have maintenance breach, and then you have bottom of yellow stairs breach. There's the hatch that drops into the connector part, but
That's more
infamously,
a Hail
yeah.
Mary.
Yeah, that's really like a oh god, we got to get in there now, so here we go there, lads. And that's basically what happens. So yeah, it's theme park is a map that is going to be I think a little bit more of a scalpel than a hammer, right? I think teams are going to have to be very surgical, very precise with what they do here because like you said, it is a very in-depth map and you are going to have to be playing a lot more horizontally than vertically. Roamers are going to be a big problem. We saw Beanyat be an absolute monster on the roam on bank in our game earlier, so we'll have to see if the roamers in this game can do just as much damage.
I like the points, I like the takeaways, but as well, you need to take note. Theme Park comes down to a lot of anchor play because, as you mentioned, there's very limited verticality you can do bottom up or top down. And so the anchors really get to have their way with the way how they let the attackers come in towards the site. So I'm going to be looking towards those categorical anchor style operators, how they're going to be positioning inside and around the site, and not only that, how they're going to be performing in this first map. Because, as mentioned multiple times over, verticality isn't that much of a key factor on this map. It's a lot of horizontal style takes, bar maybe going for an armory side take on the throne split side. But we've kind of gone on and on about our first map here. We also have Oregon and Villa being played, Oregon being Alpha 1's map pick, and Villa being our decider.
Yeah. Snorrigan. It is what it is. But I think teams might be ready to be getting in here and playing, so we should be getting into the map. And we're waiting on one, I believe. Production just said so. Yeah,
Watch it
I
be
mean, you look
Kale.
at this. Kale. We get theme. We do get Snorgan, Borgen, whatever you want to call it. It's Oregon. Then Villa will be the decider. So really talk about polar opposites. We're going from a map with zero verticality to potential a third map with how much verticality is in this map. Yes, is the answer. Um, but yeah, I mean, this is with the exception of theme park. This is a pretty standard three map pool, right? Theme park is kind of the outlier here. You could easily swap that with like a clubhouse or a chalet or something like that. But for the most part, this is a fairly standard three map setup. Unlike what we saw earlier with the bank and skyscraper picks coming out, and then we
And
had
then
cafe
Cafe as a decider.
on,
I'm
yeah, which
I'm
we never
still
even got to
sour.
go to.
I'm still sour that we didn't get to see that, but Vipers played absolutely lights out during that series. So either way, it was still a good show from them.
Yeah, I'm not really that upset about it. Cafe's a fun map to play, but not a fun map to cast. A little, it's starting to get a little stale, just like Oregon
Cafe,
is. But you know what's not stale? Theme park, and that's where we're going right now. So
exactly.
Alpha One,
Would
they'll be
would you
banning here.
would you say that Cafe is kind of like the NASCAR of Siege? They're making another left turn.
It's just you're clearing another floor, and then you're clearing another floor, and then you're clearing another floor.
Oh,
So
and now
Alpha
they're going
One
to
is going to be
site.
taking care of Thatcher. No surprise there. Maybe one day he'll come out and be able to play with the rest of his attacker teammates, but today he will not. And a Jackal ban. And this is why I said rumors are going to be kind of a problem here. Jackal was able to get through on Bank in our earlier match tonight, but not so much here. So Rated Gaming going to be taking care of that. And this is why I think rumors are going to be a problem. Valkyrie getting banned. No real surprise there. A very
Yep.
strong operator. Lots of places to tuck those black eyes and make them very hard to see.
Now, I would be shocked here if I don't see a Kai ban, and actually, we're going to be seeing the Mira. I can understand Mira being banned. She does allow for a lot of restructuring of how the defense plays this map and makes it even more oppressive to play into the defending holds. But at the same time, Kaid has the same style of play, but you're not having to immediately contest the Kaid, whereas you would be a Mira. And something to note here, we're actually going to be going to lab and storage. That is a good thing to note because in recent times, that has actually become a favored map here. When the map was initially reworked, it was played a little bit. People were like, oh no, you can do vertical on this site. Now this site is bad. And then people started to experiment with the site a little bit more and realized that this site's a little bit better than we initially thought.
I mean, even on the old theme park, you could always do a little bit of vertical play above the lab area.
Yeah, with the hatch.
Specifically, well, no, there was soft floor in the cafe up top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you could always do a little bit of vertical play on this site. And it's about the only site where you're going to see vertical play. I mean, the one part of Throne Room does have a little vertical play, but yes, you're right there. That lovely cafe shot, that has always been soft. So you've
Also,
always had that vertical play there.
yeah, and also if we can go back over to that overhead shot near Cafe and Arcade real quick, something that for those who might not have seen the reworked version of the map, the hatch that goes directly into Drug Lab, where those arcade cabinets are, gone. But instead, you have this nice soft flooring that you can do vertical play into Drug Lab now. So, again, it's been there for a little while, but those who might have not played this game in those 2 years since this map has been reworked roughly, just a nice little change, and as well, the entire aesthetic has changed. But right now, we're going to be seeing Rated going for a pretty standard dragon side clear into a maintenance wall take. So they're going to be trying to just chuck some nades over, make sure that they can get the mute jammer off, not be contested by any C4s, and actually Twist is going to be taking a huge chunk of damage, and now their life is forfeit as Teku is going to be getting the opening pick on this series.
Yeah, it's going to be your Malusi off the board. A very good operator, 3-speed, lots of mobility. Of course, this Banshee's already placed down, so kind of just a roaming turret at that point. But
Oh
yeah,
no.
definitely not. Oh,
No! Oh, the
Nib's
missed
going to take
round.
out Kale in an unfortunate situation there. Is you're going to be losing your sledge. That's your frags and soft destruction off the board. Thermite's going to be getting this wall open, though. That's natural. Teku going to be
Ooh!
taking another one on the kunai. We're going to see a nitro come out here, but I don't think it's going to net anything as it explodes and does 0 damage. So a 4v3 here with just over a minute and a half gone. And as soon as I say that, Viper gets taken out, and so does Nibs. Natural doing some fragmite work there, and it's all going to come down to Angel. He's got a 4v1 situation here, playing on the Vigil, K1A in hand, but it's not going to be easy for him.
Can I just say, off topic here, the K1A with the Russian reflex looks so sexy.
So thank
Really?
you. Red
Really?
dot C.
Fair enough.
Red dot C supremacy, baby.
But here we're going to see Angel having repositioned into the bathroom by the window side. It's going to be contested here by Silent just initially, and he's not going to be able to get the shot. And now Silent is going to be putting Rated Gaming first round on the board in this series.
Yeah, Rated doing really well there, only losing one member of their team, and unfortunately, you know, these things happen, these trades happen, but being able to refrag back out and do some serious work there, put them up 1-0, and I'm kind of sensing a little bit of a theme. You know, it wasn't a very close round, and anyone who tuned in for the earlier match saw that we didn't have a lot of close rounds in the first match of the night either. So hopefully this game's a little bit closer. Hopefully it's not some blowouts. I enjoy casting with you, Blaze. I find your voice soothing to my incredible hype and anger. But we're gonna go back to lab. And this is always the scenario. This is always the story. It's what goes into the mindset of going back to a site you just lost, especially a site that you got hammered on, right? If you lost it very closely, it's one thing. You say, like, okay, we know our mistakes. We can fix this. Let's go back and take care of it. What's kind of your philosophy on, hey, we just got stomped here, but we're going to go right back?
My philosophy when it comes to situations like that, having that competitive insight and experience myself, that is coming down to one of two things, really. It's going to come down to, okay, we lost our ones. If we had won our gunfights, we could have done that. So let's clean up our gunplay and run it back, see if we can get this round secured. Or it's going to come down to, okay, we played a little too aggressively. Let's rein back that aggression just a little bit. Make sure that we're not dying early, which is something that we saw happen here with Alpha 1. They did play aggressively and got punished for it early. Nice little tech being showed off by Weston, by the way, to get up on that balcony. But that is the other situation that I see where, you run the site back, you feel like it wasn't a strategy issue, it wasn't a, okay, this is a bad play issue. But now we're going to be seeing Nibs going and getting the initial pick on the Silent, but does end up getting traded out immediately by Teku before they could get back into barrels. But Viper chiming in with another one, getting Teku off the board. That's your Maverick, and that's going to be a lot of your take potential taken off the board now.
Yeah, also frag grenades off the board. That's going to be a ton of damage on it because you lost your Finka as well. So, but luckily there are plenty of operators for frag grenades in this game. Natural being one of them on this Yana. Going to be sending in the hologram here to kind of do a little bit of intel gathering and see what they can find out. Kale on the sledge just working their way over, and this is where we're going to see pretty much the only vertical play you're going to see all night on this map will be when you're attacking this site. Some yellow pings coming out here notifying that, hey, there might be a member of Alpha 1 up here very close to the arcade, but couldn't really see one. Vigil, though, he's going to be sitting here in initiation. He could be getting ready to pull off a massive flank.
He is in a very push forward position, but Kale is aware of this Vigil here. So Kale and Angel are fixing to have a real pointed engagement, depending on whether or not he wants to push up, but having taken a chunk of frag grenade damage, both the players actually fall off. Angel falling back to bottom dragon, and Kale more towards top arcade and cafe. He's going to be moving in to do some vertical play there, as you can see. Already using those sledgehammers on the bottom left-ish side of your screen. He's got about 16 more charges left after this one. And Potentially could see a C4 had Viper not already used it. But right now, 35 seconds left in the round, and attackers not in that bad of a position.
Yeah, it's not a terrible position for them, but it's also not the best. I mean, they do have to get on and get the plan. Natural does have case in hand, but unfortunately, there's going to be 4 gun barrels
Ooh.
pointed at him, and that's Twist. He's going to be taking out Natural. So now you're down to a 2v4. Kunai, he's going to take out one, and it's all going to come down to the Sledge of Kale. He's going to be able to get one onto Twist and make it a 1v3, but with only 11 seconds left, things not in his favor. And Angel, that roaming vigil that we talked about, he's going to pull his flank off just a little bit later in the round, finish things up here. So Alpha 1, they're going to tie it up 1-1.
And that was really well played by Alpha One there. And as I mentioned earlier, as why you would want to go back to a site after losing it, they identified their problem, which was a little bit of early aggression having cost them too many picks too early that weren't able to be after they secured their picks, they fell off and got into safer positioning, which allowed them to not be refragged and as well be able to have later round flanks, which were high impact, as you saw both natural and not natural, but Twist and Angel getting multiple picks from their roam positions after having not died. Now, if we can take a quick look at Nibs real quick, he's got a little bit of an interesting loadout choice for us here. He's running the M870 on Jaeger.
Well, what's so bad about that? Best gun in the game. You don't remember M870 Recruit Rush? I mean,
Back in the days of year 1 and 2 Siege, where Recruit was a competitively allowed pick.
yeah, I mean, plus it's got Black Ice for it. Let's face it, Rainbow Six Siege is all about the drip at this point. You know, if you don't have enough drip, I mean, if you don't have enough drip to drown a shark, are you really even playing the game properly? Speaking of playing the game properly, we are going to see Alpha 1 go now to this throne room, and this is what we kind of talked about. Very little vertical play going to be coming in. Still going to bring the sludge, though, of Kale, as there is a little bit of vertical play you can do over towards that vault area into the other half, not the throne half, but I guess the target half, whatever you want to call it, of the site. But, yeah, I mean, a pretty standard lineup. I mean, we're not really seeing much deviation coming out here from Rated Gaming. Alpha's going to be switching up a little bit. They are bringing the Kayed this time.
I just want to say, look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Look at where Nibs is currently positioned. Now more in your left center side of your screen. He's currently playing a very aggressive angle in the bathroom. He's going to be trying to stop this cache side overtake on the top floor and prevent the office side pressure, and he gets one for his problems. That's going to be your... Just Flora's gone. That's so much utility and so much pressure taken off the board for Rated.
Yeah, Flora is an operator you definitely want to keep alive, even if his drones don't net any destruction. That's 4 free drones that you get to have. Speaking of free, loot, Silent. He's going to be able to get Kunai with that nade, and now Kale, he's going to be looking to exchange some words with whoever is in that office area. That Jaeger pinned down with the shotgun. He's going to have to be careful with long-range fights. Twist, though, he's going to be able to get 2 with that Roni. The small magazine doesn't matter when you hit heads, as he's going to take out Natural and Kale. He's going to get another one on the Silent. That's going to be a triple kill for him this round, and it's all going to come down to Teku, the Maverick, the Soul Heart Breacher. He's going to be able to get 1, and that's Nibs. Case is down on the floor, but Twist with a 4K. The Roni 1.5. My God, Ubisoft. We don't need to nerf the Roni. We just need to nerf Nibs. What a crazy shot.
Yo, after that shot, I'm going to need that MOS file. I'm going to need your G-Hub. I need to see if you have any macros running. Let's check for that VPN while we're at it. Just an insane pre-fire from him. Like, whew. 60 hertz. Someone said he's playing on 60 hertz.
Yeah, I mean, whatever's working for you, kid. I mean, if that's what's happening, able to land 2 kills in 1 magazine with the Roni. I mean, it's like landing multiple kills with the SMG-11, right? It's just something that doesn't happen very often. A lot of people have criticized the Roni for the magazine size. You know, people say, why don't you run the Commando? It's a bigger magazine size. People criticize it on a Rooney as well. We'll see a lot of Rooney players choosing to go with the EBR, DMR instead, just longer range, more damage. But again, when you hit your heads, Twist, now at 5 kills, sitting easily atop his team. Nibs, though, right behind him. And if it wasn't for the fact that Nibs got the opening kill on the Flores, he stole Twist's ace. So,
Now,
it's a
on
little sad, but
it's a little saddening, but on the topic of the Roni, what's your preferred loadout equipment with the Roni?
it's just 1.5 flash hider. I mean, it's really all you
Vertical
need.
or
Big group
angled?
of choice. Angled to go snappy.
You see,
Small magazine, you gotta be quick with it. You know what I mean?
you
So
see,
angled
I'm
grip, you get that snap.
instead of running the angled, not angled, but flash hider, I prefer to run the muzzle brake actually. Now I know it
Well,
doesn't do much for the mid spray recoil, but that second shot recoil is a little bit nasty, and that's what I tend to struggle with myself. So I really like it. But right now, Twist. Speaking of the Ronnie, we're going to be seeing him. Oh my
oh my
goodness!
god!
What? Oh my goodness! Twist with an amazing wallbang shot takes out Silent, but now we're going to see him actually get traded out there. Weston getting 2 for his trouble there. And now we're going to be seeing Nibs having fallen off the board here. C4 goes out but doesn't quite land. Nearly takes out Natural on the Thermite, but he fell back just in time to avoid that. And now we're in a 4 versus 3 situation favoring Rated Gaming here. Right now, 2 players over in the office side and 1 over in initiation side. If the attackers identify this, they are going to be very easily able to just transition this take over to an initiation side take. And now, actually, we have the mute Viper being pushed up inside of Coffee. And he's going to be falling back, but Kunai with a nice shot from initiation. Kale, however, does get Viper as he rotated in. And now we have Angel currently playing in cash on that partially open wall, and so they are semi-aware of both of these players' position, one over by cash office and one inside of initiation.
Yeah, you're gonna have Angel playing that long angle from Cash through the little hole in the wall, and the 416C, even at range, it's gonna be able to do a ton of damage. So absolutely no problem if you're able to hit your shot, Teku. He's looking to push though into initiation as he's got this man. Oh, here's the peak. He's
Ooh.
gonna be able to hit it. That's Kunai gone.
Oh no, it's
But
Case.
Natural's gonna get dropped as well. So we're gonna have to figure this out. This is 2v1. Case is down. Not quite sure exactly how he got hurt. His Angel's all the way on the other side of the map. They will be able to pick him up potentially. I do believe Natural might be safe. Not quite sure exactly how he got down, but Angel, he's going to take a ton of damage and dish some out of his own as well. Engaging back and forth, and what a shot on the Teku. That's going to get him taken out. Natural was able to get picked up and has Case in hand. He's going to move into the site and be panning behind the bomb chassis. Angel, work to do and not a lot of health to do it with. Luckily, though, Kale and Natural will be very low on health. That 416C going to be able to do a lot of damage even through soft walls here. Going to be reaching through the breach. Oh, he's prone to the wall. Seen some shots, not able to hit. 35 seconds left. He's going to have to make a move, though. Going to take 7 seconds to defuse this. Comes through, flashbang, not able to land anything. And unfortunately, for Natural, that is. He's going to get taken out. We only got about 13 seconds left, though. Angel, you got to make a move. Last player hiding in vault, and you can see the sprays coming through. Location will be given away. Less than 10 seconds to get this done now, as he does have to hop onto the fuser, and Kale, he's just going to be content.
No!
The holding angle, no! Angel gets it with a triple, and just enough time. I think he's going to be able to get it done. What a clutch coming out from the Jaeger. A fantastic 3K coming out. What a play from Angel.
That was amazingly navigated from Angel there. From the injure on the Natural, from the long angles, lines of sight set up in the cash walls, to the rotation over into radio to take out Teku, and finally being able to hit 2 disgusting shots on the Natural and Kale. And honestly, what that round came down to was Kale looking over towards the coffee side rotate in the wall at exactly the wrong moment. He started moving his mouse over to that rotate on the right-hand side of the wall as Angel started to swing out from the bomb, and that split-second decision is what cost Rated that round. But now we're going to be seeing the drug and storage site split happening yet again. And let's see if Rated is able to adapt to this extended horizontal roam that is coming out from Alpha 1 here on both of their times playing this site.
I don't really know if they need to adapt to it. They did win the first round. Right. The second time they tried to attack this site, Oryx had a nice run out. He was able to take out the Finka, so he got an early pick, and then it was just a lot of Alpha 1 hitting shots. So I don't really think they need to do much adapting to this site because they already know that they can win it. I just think they're going to have to be a lot more careful and be a lot more aware of what's going on around them. They're going to have to know where these Romas are. Nib's playing that Oryx once again, so they're going to have to try to figure out where he is. The ability to just kind of get around the map as Oryx, especially in a map like Theme Park with tons of hatches, he's kind of the perfect operator for here. We've talked about maps where operators like Frost really excel. I feel like this one, we saw it a lot on Bank as well. Just the ability to get around on this map is kind of built for Oryx and Angel.
Mm,
Picking right back up where he left off. He's going to be taking out Silent, and that's your Finka off the board. So a huge blow dealt to Rated Gaming, not even a minute into the round.
that was very unfortunate there. Twist, however, does try to even it out in favor of Rated side. You saw Angel having the vertical play set up to watch the maintenance window, hopping in silent, unaware, did end up falling prey to that. But Teku does end up taking out Nibs potentially on one of those attempted runouts. But now we're going to be seeing Angel with a cheeky impact play to take out the thermite charge that was placed on the wall. That's going to be one exothermic down, and it's going to be a lot more pressure on Rated to try and take Throne side. Now, as you can see, Kunai, I believe that is currently set inside of Throne, so they're still going to have a pressure point to deal with once they do take this control.
Yeah, and you see that angle actually being held by Teku as Kunai is going to have to rotate out through barrels. Player going to be going prone, and that's going to be natural, taking a ton of damage from the MX4 Storm. Flashbang's going to be coming in. Weston, he's going to be taking out Viper. The flash is coming out. Angel's going to be able to take out Weston. It's going to be a double kill for him. The alibi of Kunai was flashed, but nothing was able to be done about it. Natural, very low. He's going to be swallowed in the pistol as Teku. Finally going to be able to take out Kunai. He's going to be moving in and get another one on the Angel. And again, Rated going to be able to pull one out here on this lab attack. The only site that they've been successful on winning, but a very, very good round. I mean, at worst, you're going to go down 4-2. Theme Park is a little bit defender sided. As you said in our match earlier, English is very hard. So,
And that's my line.
At worst, you're going to go down 4-2, but they have a real opportunity here to tie this up 3-3. So, yeah, and we're going to be actually skipping Lab again, and we're going to be going over to the Throne. So changing it up here, going off of their cycle.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And now we're going to be moving on, as you mentioned, to that Throne site. It's one of the best defender favored sites on this map. You just have so little to work with as an attacker, except that vertical play that you can do onto Armory there. And now, as you can see, we're going to also have this vertical pressure being set up in initiation and bunks side. So that's going to be a lot more pressure that Rated is going to need to deal with from not only the horizontal but the vertical here. And as you can see on that left-hand side Armory wall, the Rooney, that being Nib, set up vertical holes so you can watch the dragon walk in from inside of Armory, which is, again, not always going to come to fruition. You're not always going to get a pick from that. But this vertical pressure here is going to be crucial if Rated really wants to try and get this site in quick fashion.
Yeah, I mean, we're already almost 30 seconds in here, and Teku, he's going to be taking a bunch of damage. Not quite sure who that was. We were just able to see the outline, and yeah, like you were saying, we're going to have to see some moves be made here. I mean, Rated Gaming, we're already past the 30-second mark. I don't think a single one of them has entered the building, and the only shots that have been exchanged was Teku getting blindsided through a barricade. So they're going to be holding down this throne room, which, again, is the most defender-sided site. And if this is going to be your last defender round, why not go ahead and just take that one? So we're going to see Nibs playing on that Aruni. He's going to be holding down, but Weston's going to be coming in through Gong here, and we're going to get that Finka boost. Just going to be holding the angle. Oh, I don't think he knows that there's anybody in that lockers area. It's going to be Angel, who's been absolutely deadly so far. Weston, you can't just let him in there.
And that is a very uncommon position to be playing here. Weston could be caught off guard. When he goes onto this rappel, Angel could potentially get him in that rotation, but now we're going to be seeing the top being silent trying to go for a grenade, but Twist says no. He has been absolutely on fire this map, 7 and 4 so far, but now Kunai is going to be catching some heat. Not sure exactly who he was engaged with, but Kunai, now showing me who it was, takes out Natural, and now we see Angel positioning himself over by the Gong balcony, potentially wanting to try and go and see for anyone who is on
Oh,
the
no.
cash balcony. And exactly, oh no. Weston, if they push out here, are going to be in a two-way crossfire between Nibs and Angel. And that's honestly a really difficult position to flush out as an attacker, but now Weston's aware of it, and now Nib fell back completely into sight, but he could be caught up by Angel, and he is! No! Angel, the roaming kind, now Nibs back on side, gets Teku, leaving Kale in a 1 versus 4 situation. No case in hand, 35 seconds left on the clock. He is in for a massive, massive bit of trouble here, especially since he's being pushed from 3 sides in Kunai. Now, with that vertical play, that horizontal play that was set up, does take out Kale. It's not for naught. Rated Gaming did get 2 rounds on their attacking side, and as we've mentioned multiple times throughout this cast, this is a notoriously defending favored map. So, Rated Gaming still got a nice little bit of coinage in their purse for this map, and that's honestly the expected split here.
Yeah, like I said, at worst, they were going to get down 4-2. Obviously, you want to win every single half that you play, but unfortunately, things don't always play out that way. So at worst, you kind of want to tie your splits, right? If possible. At least in comp, it's possible. In ranked, it's not possible because it's only three rounds per split. But yeah, I mean, you go down 4-2 on a map that's notoriously defender sided. You're not going on the defense. And not only are you going on defense, you're going to Throne, the site that we just talked about, the most easily defendable site, a lot of teams would say. Put one person upstairs to kind of deal with any, quote unquote vertical pressure you might have to deal with. But other than that, I mean, you can kind of just anchor down if you want to. You can play a little bit more spread out horizontally. But this site, defenders win way more than they lose it. I don't have the official statistics in front of me, but yeah, I really don't think Rated Gaming is in any trouble here. The game is far from over. Not only is the game far from over, the entire night Blaze is far from over. I mean, this is a best of 3. So even if they do end up dropping this map, like they still have a very good chance of winning. It's not over for them by a long shot.
Exactly. You still have 2 maps left in your pocket to be able to take away and play. And right now, we're going to be seeing, again, the standard play pattern for this map here. We're going to see Alpha 1 going for, the initial take on Cash, but silent with a nice long angle there. Playing with the NPX on Warden with that 1.5 zoomed optic. Really tight angle that twist I barely even saw. I only knew about it from the X-ray view, but still, Cash Balcony is being contested by Kale here on the close angle from both this half wall and the feet holes. Potentially going to be getting flushed out here, but oh no, Angel. Angel's currently pushing in. Kale's in a real bad spot here.
I mean, is Kale in a bad spot because they're not able to do anything? As silence right there. He's just going to put one right back through the wall. He saw Twist do it earlier in the match, and he says, hey, I can do that too. So the Warden doing a lot of work here, getting the first 2 picks for his team, putting him up in a 5-3. Kunai going to be firing some shots through the soft wall, but nothing's going to hit. Viper also firing through that wall from the line, that 308 vector tearing through the drywall that just happens to be there. But Rated Gaming, they have Case down and they know it. So they're just going to sit here and hold on to this for as long as possible. Kunai, he's going to go down to natural. Let your finger off the board. No more frags, no more LMG, no more health boosts, no more nothing. It's all going to come down to Viper and Angel. However, Angel 7-2, so he's been doing some work. Definitely one of the few players you want to have, but he's going to get taken out. So it's all going to come down to Viper. A triple kill coming out for Silent. Kale gets taken out as well, and this not looking good for Alpha 1 here.
And Now, something to note here is Kale just died there as Fiber ended up into that 4 versus 1. He played his life absolutely perfectly there. He wasted so much time and so much attention. That's an important thing to note. He wasted so much attention of Alpha 1 here so that his teammates could collapse in and get all those picks, leaving them in this advantageous situation. But Viper still has 2 flashbangs, a lot of ammo, and a single lion scan left in pocket. If Weston had some Spidey sense here, he could have gotten a C4 kill, and then we'd really have to start asking about Moss checks. But he's not some sort of supernatural being, and now Viper, having dropped from Dragon, is going to be smoked out and potentially swung here by Weston. And yes, he
Ooh.
is. Shotgun Mossberg straight to the face, and sorry, sorry, kid. 12 gauge at that range, you're that's going to be a closed casket.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it before. The SAS shotgun, the more you believe in it, the more damage it does. And at that range, you don't even really got to believe in it at all. It's just a guaranteed kill if you're able to hit your shot. Unfortunate for Viper, he dropped right into the smoke canister that went off, so took a lot of damage from that as well. So when he swung, he just wasn't ready for it. The mute of Weston playing there and they would take him out. But we're starting to see Rated kind of pull things back, and this is what we talked about. Defender sided map. You know, you take 2 rounds on attack, you're looking very good. That round very decisive coming out from Rated. So yeah, I don't really think they have much to worry about here moving into round 8 and the rest of the night, as we're gonna go over to the daycare site. So Alpha did not choose to play this at all. They chose to do Throne instead. Very interesting take here coming out from Rated Gaming, choosing to go to this site.
Um, I don't think it's too interesting. If you look throughout the history of the map, it is a fairly common thing to do. You have this extension you can do into initiation and office. Sorry for that pause there. And then as well, you have the ability to be able to go through and just play really aggressively on the arcade side or the initiation side, depending on where the attackers are wanting to position themselves. So it's a really flexible hold, but it requires a lot of precision from the players on rated and their gunplay to be on point.
Luckily for them, they're able to hit their shots. You know, Weston and Taku holding it down. Silent also sitting there at 5 kills. So he's making some noise, not living up to his name. How dare he on this day of days? Angel's going to be trying to drone in here, but it looks like the mute jammer is going to be stopping him from doing that. And oh boy, the shields, those slotted shields, the bane of everybody's existence, sitting there holding the angle. Even if there's nobody behind it, you can't be sure that there's nobody behind it. So they're gonna have to try to figure out some way of taking care of that. Maybe the Finko with her Gone 6 could probably take care of it. But Twist played on the Ash, and I believe that's the G36 in hand. So if we want to talk interesting choices, I mean, not choosing the R4C, I get it. Recoil is a little bit different, but still, choosing the G36 over the R4, I mean, choosing Ash over like Sophia is very interesting, honestly.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting choice there, and pretty interesting peak coming out from Kunai as he is going to fall to Teku. And oh, good night coming out the chat on that one. But it is interesting to see Ash over Finka, especially since Finka just has so much more that can bring to the board. Now, actually, Weston's going to be chiming in, taking the Maverick off the board. That's Frags and Hard Breach gone, but now Silent as well, taking out Twist. That's the Ash that we were just mentioning. But Nibs does take one back onto Natural, and unfortunately for Angel, he was not expecting Weston in that position. Does get taken out, and now Nibs being on a sliver of HP. 3 players all peeking for the kill. It's going to be Kale who ends up getting it, and we're going to be seeing actually Weston being the one who falls for the sins of his brothers.
That was literally the definition of they can't kill us all. Right? If we just all three swing in guns blazing, you can't kill us all. But yeah, I mean, to go back to the point of the Ash, I mean, Finka was on the board. It was Zofia that wasn't on the board. Now we are going to see Zofia, but we are going to see Ash as well. So it's just an interesting choice to bring Ash on a map like theme park, where again we've talked. There's not a ton of vertical play. I believe Ash had the claymores out, but didn't sit down a single claymore. I mean, if you're going to be bringing an operator for flank watch or flank resistance, when you have gridlock, you have nomad, you have way better operators for that specific job than Ash. But we'll have to see, especially because I don't believe he got a single kill with the Ash twist. I don't believe he got one. I think he did a little bit of damage, but he wasn't quite able to get a kill. So now he's going to be swapping over to the Twitch. All right, that's a little bit better. It's a better utility for his team. As we are moving over to initiation, so just across the hallway, and this is kind of what you talked about, right? This is that horizontal spread. You can go from initiation to bunk. You can go from bunk to initiation. Very reminiscent of the gym bedroom site on Clubhouse, where players a lot of times will be playing in that cache construction area. They have a way to stretch out and kind of defend out, but then they have the ability to fall back as well. And both of these sites being literally right across the hall from each other, they kind of have that same dichotomy.
And something important to note as well with these sites is that the entirety of initiation has concrete flooring, meaning that you cannot do bottom up vertical play. You can only really do partial bottom up vertical play onto office, that being on the side closest to coffee, that being the area with the bunks and the coffee machine. But it's not really viable because most defenders are going to be playing farther back in the site, more towards the vault side of the map. And here, actually, Twist is going to be getting quite a bit of utility out of that Twitch drone. Mute jammers weren't placed just right by Teku, so Twitch drone was able to squeeze by, get the one that was close to the door, and then get the one off the wall. So now we're going to be seeing potentially Nibs dropping down into radio to be able to open up the initiation wall in the coming moments.
Yeah, and that was the change to the Twitch drone recently, right? It gave it a little bit more range because it has an actual laser now instead of the taser dart kind of thing that would arc, and it would even miss cameras.
Ooh!
Speaking of missing, Silent, he's not going to miss his shots on the Viper. He's once again going to get that opening frag. Doing a lot of work here, especially playing that Warden, an operator that doesn't see a ton of play. And he's going to get another one. So that's Nibs off the board as well. That's going to be your sole hard breachers. Angel, he's finally going to... Oh, no, not Angel. Excuse me, Twist. He's going to be able to get one. That F2 going to be ripping and tearing right through the body. But, yeah, I mean, Silent, I think you did your job, bud. You took the Zofia off. Took off the ace, and then Twist going to be getting another one on the natural, so that's your Wamai gone, or your Castle gone. Excuse me, not your Wamai. It's a little bit of a spectator bug, but Kunai is actually getting the plant down right now as Twist is going to get another one. It's going to be a 3K for him, and
Oh no, flank
here
drone.
holding through the breach, and oh, well, he's going to get another one. Twist with a 4K. Very good round, and we're going to see Alpha 1 taking it back finally after losing a couple rounds on their attack.
Now, it is important to note this was Rated's tertiary site. So that is expected to happen when you go to your third favored site. You will probably end up losing it. And unfortunately for how theme park typically plays out, if you get a 2-4 split on your attack, you're most likely going to overtime.
Yeah, usually.
And because you're gonna most likely lose that tertiary site if you're not being very astute with where the attackers are coming from. And now we're going to be seeing our first full site rotation for Rated's defense. Going to be going back to Armory and Throne. Right now, going to be seeing the same setup we had last time. Silent still wanting to play that Warden, potentially afraid of a Ying play coming out from Alpha 1. And as you saw just a second ago, we saw a good night coming out in chat. Looks like some drone got beamed off the map. But no, important note, Alpha 1 has lost 3 of their initial drones here. And one of those was a Twitch drone, so that is technically a bonus drone for the attack. So you're still going to have a good bit of utility, but it's good to note that now Yana and Osa are down to drones, so they're going to be having a lot less intel here.
So, little bit of a correction here. Twitch's drone is not the drone she uses in the prep phase. Speaking of not using things, Angel is not going to use anything in his entire kit. His natural is going to rip his face right off. So I do believe Twitch will probably still have both of her actual Twitch drones, as they
Yep.
made that change a little bit ago. The hologram going to be taken out, so no actual damage to the Viper, but now he knows exactly where he's playing. Kunai, he's going to be taking out natural. A little bit of revenge for his teammate there as he's playing in barrels. Going to be playing on that Osa, an operator that has seen quite a bit of play here in the competitive scene. Mute Jammer going to be stopping that exothermic from going off, but looks like it's going to be getting open now as Twist going to be doing some massive work once again with that Twitch drone. Oh, it actually wasn't an exothermic, it was an ace charge. Give me the Selma charge. Getting that open. Smoke Cannon's just going to be coming out, though, to stop a push here. And quite frankly, I mean, even though they have the wall open, Rated Gaming's still looking very good here. That Smoke Cancer is going to stop that initial push that Osa was probably going to be trying to walk in with.
And it's important to note here, this Twist on this Twitch has actually been having so much impact just due to where these mute jammers have been placed here. It's been denying certain entry points by the Twitch drones, but it's been leaving others open, which is also why I liked Alpha One's use of Mozzie on their defense, because it made Twitch completely inviable. A nice grenade coming out from Viper. Looks like Silent gave his position away a little bit too much, and now Kale is being forced to rotate back to site. But Teku chiming in makes it a little bit less of a dire situation for Kale to get back to site, but back to site he is either way. He's going to be playing inside of that dragon doorway. Kunai thinking that he could potentially be going for a flank here, but now Nibs is being forced back away from that breach yet again. That is actually, however, going to be the last smoke canister that Teku has. Kunai as well, signaling with that smoke grenade that they're going to be going for that side execute. Now Teku does go down, but Nibs is traded out in the end, and now he's going to have to go for Weston there on that peak, but he doesn't end up winning it out. And now we get this nice little point of view of Nibs just sitting there like, please help me, I'm scared, I'm injured, where are they?
I don't think that's what it was. I think he was just he bumped his funny bone. He's pulling a Peter Griffin.
Yeah.
He's just being,
Yeah.
he's just being dramatic. He's fine. But like you said, yeah, Alpha One, they won the tertiary defensive site. And honestly, through the first 3 rounds, we were essentially at the exact same round count because Rated Gaming, they were 1 and 2 on their attack during the first 3 rounds. Alpha One, they were 1 and 2 in the first 3 rounds. So again, those are 1 and 2 on the first 3 rounds. Those are the kind of things you expect to happen, like you said, on this map. We're tied up 5-5 now. You're pretty much guaranteed overtime at this point, unless one of these 2 teams are able to pull 2 rounds in a row. However, the only teams that were pulling 2 rounds in a row, Blaze, you want to tell the audience the only side that was pulling 2 rounds in a row? Because I know you know the answer.
Defense.
So, unfortunately for Rated, though, they did lose their tertiary site. So, if they win this one, they're going to have to go back to that site. Or, of course, Drug Lab will be open to them. They did not go to Drug Lab last time. And a matter of fact, they're not even going to Initiation. Or they're going back to Bunk. So, this is the site that they won. They're very happy here. And speaking of that Ying play that you were talking about, Silent has been waiting for it to be coming out all game long. Viper finally going to be bringing out that Ying for Alpha One. Going to have those smoke canisters in hand. Twist still playing on the Ash. He was doing so much work, like you said on the Twitch. Gotta question this call to change this up here.
It seems like this might just be a set strategy, a playbook type of deal coming out from Alpha One, and it looks as though it's something that's so textbook for Alpha One that Rated Gaming, not wanting to be caught off guard by it, has been bringing not only Jaeger, Wamai, and Warden since the beginning of their defensive side, but they've been having some combination of those 3 operators always on the board in expectance for this.
Yeah, really, the only one they're missing is a Rooney, right, to take care of projectiles flying in through doorways and windows and such. So definitely wanting to keep any and all projectiles from coming in. So I have a feeling we're going to see those grenades from Angel and Kunai be very important as well. Nibs, though, has the breach charges, so no burn ability for him, and Twist, of course, with the Claymores again. So I mean, and this is where you could argue that Twitch would be better because you could send the Twitch drone in. You could take
Ooh.
out those ADSs. Speaking of being taken out, that's going to be Kunai. Your Finka off the board is Twist. Or not Twist, excuse me. Natural. Going to be taking him out. Excuse me. Twist is his teammate. That was not a TK. But yeah, so it's going to be your Finka off the board. Kunai, that's a very, very devastating one. So no health boost to be pushing in through here. And Twist, he's going to be trying to get one, but not able to. His Natural going to be taking the head off of Angel into 5v3 KO. Going to get one of his own. And that's going to be Viper off the board. So Rated Gaming, yeah, they're looking pretty good. His Natural gets, oh my goodness, everybody died. We've seen this now a few times where it's just, again, it's the literal definition of they can't kill us all. If we just swing at the same time, they can't kill us all. And it's worked for them. I mean, Rated Gaming now going up on match point here. And, but again,
it's honestly just comical seeing that from the attacker's point of view, because you just see literally 3 people just be like, what you got there? And Nibs is just sitting there like, a smoothie. It's like, okay, nice, give us that smoothie.
I mean,
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
yeah, I think it's a lot more of the scenario where it's, you know, they swing and he's just like, oh, I messed up, right? Because he's just in a bad place when he's getting swung. But either way, speaking of being in a good place, Rated Gaming on match point here. And again, we've talked about it. The only side to win more than one round in a row here has been the defense. Can they get it done on this initiation site? They weren't able to win it last time. This Alpha 1 was dominant, and Twist had that nasty 4K. So, and I get you were saying about it being a hard strat, bringing the Ash, but he was doing so much damage with the F2 alone, plus the Twitch drone and everything. I gotta question not putting Twist on Twitch. The F2, fantastic gun. He's got 12 kills. 4 of them came from that one round where they won initiation. Let the man have the F2. Just let him go crazy, you know, because obviously it was working for him when he was using it, but every other time he's just been unsuccessful as Alpha 1 find themselves one match or one round away from having to go to map 2.
And that's an important thing to note here, is that even knowing this is a tertiary site, and historically on theme park, tertiary sites are not typically won by the defense, that extra pressure of it being on match point could end up getting into players of Alpha 1 and cause them to have a slip up here. And speaking of slip ups, Kunai nearly ended up catching out Natural there on an aggressive push up through the hallway, but Natural, having heard that LMG sing, it does end up pushing back and away from that hallway, and now Twist, using their Gone 6, does take out the cast barricade on the office door, and starting to get a little bit of pressure from that left-hand side from Natural.
Yeah, Twist and Natural going to be exchanging words, and Natural going to be able to get the headshot with the UMP on the Twist. So it's going to be your Gunna off the board. Gone 6 have been used, but that's still frags, that's still hologram, still a ton of information. Minute and a half here in Alpha 1 are all stacked up in this cash room. 3 members of them stacked up here, so a single C4 from below could be absolutely devastating, but I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. Kunai going to be chucking in a frag grenade as Viper's going to be watching through the Dragon Stairs. Got one in the hallway, and talk about siege timing as Kunai going to be taking a ton of damage. Selma Charge is going to be getting this wall open now. Nibs looking into that vault area. Viper's going to get 2 nice headshots. Going to take it into a 3v4 now for Alpha 1. This is very winnable. Angel going to be coming into the backside of Computers. Lewd silent though. No, he missed the headshot. Silent, you've been so good all game long. Viper, he's going to get the 3K now as Teku is going to have to try to swing it through Vault. Natural's going to get another one, and there's Teku. Dropping Viper, going to case down Natural with a 3K, the UMP in hand. He's absolutely nasty. Angel getting another one as well. It's going to come down to Teku versus Angel, the SAS operators of Mute and Sledge. Yellow Ping's coming out here as Tech. He's going to be trying to rotate and look. Angel coming into the swing, going to give away his position, firing into the corner beside the vending machine, not going to be able to hit anything. Now he's going to be rotating back, looking through the drone hole, just trying to get any kind of angle. Case is also down in sight. Angel down to a single point of health. Teku, worse for wear as well, and he finally wins it out. The defense coming in clutch there from Teku on that mute. Boy, I bet Sledge wishes he still had the SMG-11. What do you think?
It was a sad day when Ubisoft posted those patch notes, but Taku, being the better gunner on the day, ends up closing out the first map here of our best of three in favor of Rated Gaming, 7-5, 12-round barn burner in regulation, but it was just played better by Rated this map. Now, something important to note is that something that our production actually wanted us to bring up that I personally couldn't naturally bring in, given the flow of the rounds on Alpha 1's initial defending side. But they were on average using only about 5 to 6 of their reinforcements, leaving 4 of them in the pockets of each other. That's really very strange, especially on Theme Park.
Well, when they were defending Lab, they left the entire side wall open. That's three reinforcements right there. But they were using those long angles, right? We saw them utilize those long angles, and so is it a little bit strange? Yeah, sure, but I just feel like Theme Park is kind of a map where if you're going to be extending your holds, you don't want to reinforce everything, right? Because you want to be able to make rotates and flow and get through and do all that kind of interesting stuff. But it, I mean, it was working for them. I mean, you can't really knock it. They won 4 rounds on defense, not using all their reinforcements. That doesn't mean you get to stop reinforcing in ranked. Reinforce your walls. All right?
I see you, Ash Jaegermain. Bad.
Yeah. Stop putting down all your ADSs and taking off, Jaegers. But speaking of taking off, we're going to have to throw it to a really quick break here as we're getting ready to move to map 2 of Oregon. So this is a map that everybody knows and loves, sure, whatever. It's one of the most popular maps in competitive play. It's one of the most popular maps in ranked. It has been dubbed Snorgan and Borgen and all those things. However, I do believe that Rated and Alpha 1 can make this an exciting map. So we're going to toss to a quick 5-minute break while we get everything changed out and get all the players back in the lobby. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the all world gaming community. Welcome back to our second match here for the Rated versus Alpha 1 set in this playoff season. Brought to you again by myself, Blaze, and my lovely co-caster, Crisis.
I hate Oregon so much I didn't even want to change to my background. So, but we're here. We did it. We're going to Oregon, ladies and gentlemen. It's Rated Gaming versus Alpha One. Rated Gaming going to be starting on defense.
Yep.
They are up 1-0 on this best of 3 so far, but again, absolutely nowhere near being done. Alpha One has a chance to win this one and take us to our third map of Villa. But first things first, we got to see who's getting banned out, and that is going to be Flores getting banned out from Rated. And we've talked about this, Blaze, how good especially Flores is on Oregon. So absolutely no surprise there.
None at all, and especially since the power that he can have on every single site on this map, really. And Thatcher coming out, just a box standard ban, potentially going to be seeing a Kaid here, and we aren't. And next is either going to be the Valkyrie or the Mira. Really just depends on what Rated does not want to play against, and given the fact that they banned the Mira on first map, not Rated but Alpha, I'm assuming, no, they're actually going to be banning the Valkyrie. Don't want to deal with those black eye cameras, but that is going to mean that Rated has access to the Mira on their defense. So that's going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, and I mean, you're starting on defense, right? So you kind of want to maybe give yourself the best chance possible. But Mira's also kind of, we talked about it on Bank a little bit when Mira slipped through the board, and she wasn't really played a ton. She was played on like very niche sites, but she wasn't played all over the place as we've seen her be played in the past, just because she's been out of the meta for so long. It's kind of like when Thatcher somehow slips through the bans, teams don't even take him because they're just like, we're so used to playing without him, right? Like, Thatcher exists. I don't even have that operator. But Mira will be coming out here on this basement laundry site. And this is probably where she shines the most. And we're going to see Teku playing that Mira. And just because there are so many opportunities for lines of sight, especially when trying to hold down the bunker area. I mean, right there in E-Box, you can see where Silent is currently playing the Warden once again. She's just super, super duper strong on this site. If you don't run Mira anywhere else, you run her on this site.
And as a result of a visual glitch, you can see that Teku was actually thinking about Legion before Mira. But as you can see, we have
yeah, there we go. That's La Mira. Yeah. She's French now.
Le Mira.
Yeah, Le Mira.
Le Mira. Baguette.
Speaking of people doing things and wanting to do things,
Silent.
See Weston wanting to get kills once again.
And
not Weston, it is Silent.
Jeez. We're actually going to be seeing a pretty standard basement setup here, since we haven't mentioned it before. 1 to 2 roamers on the top floor, and as a matter of fact, Kale getting one with Silent chiming in after. Both are going to be falling back through the freezer side right now, as they've already hit their marks. They've gotten away like bandits, and they're not wanting to overstay their welcome, really. But actually, Kale, he's a greedy little bandit, wanted to stay in security, but has opted to fall back, and now we're going to be seeing the war through freezer and back down into towers. Wanted to come back up, but thought better of it. Now going to be playing in pillar, and Alpha One has had their push slowed down to a crawl now because they have so much map to clear with only 3 players.
Yeah, real quick though, a little side note there, Blaze. I think you need to get your glasses checked, as they are not sneaky little bandits. Kale is playing the other GSG9 operator of Jaeger. So you hit me with a terrible joke, I'm going to hit you right back with them, my friend. But yeah, 2 very early picks. It's you're thinking your Twitch off the board. That's just devastating. Speaking of devastating twists, he's going to be coming in and catching whoever that was, getting back through. And that would be Teku. So that's going to be your Mira off the board. That's no more Nitro Cell in those hands. Also going to be taking care of this magnet that was down there as well. We're going to see Viper shooting out those SAM cams. Be watching for any kind of flank, because Twist is now rotated all the way back to the main stairs. Going to be using that LMG to bust open the door. He's actually going to get a little help from the defense as well. Some shots come raining out there from the defender, and I believe that is Kale who was shooting back there. Jaeger holding down onto that Mira now that Teku has been removed from play.
The most important thing to note about Teku being removed there is that he still had his C4 in pocket and hadn't been able to utilize nor use that yet. And also, something to note here, the reason why we're seeing potentially Warden being brought here more by Rated Gaming is in the mid-season patch for Demon Vale, he actually got a significant buff. His glasses now activate for a total duration of 20 versus 10 seconds, but their recharge is also 20 seconds. Now, Silent chiming in with a triple quadra kill. Oh my goodness, throw it to highlight reel. He just turned Alpha 1 into minced meat there.
I don't think he's playing Warden for the goggles. I think he's playing for the gun. That MPX is just an absolute headshot machine.
It's
I mean,
always
just able to
been.
land. Oh, been able to land those headshots, the 1.5 in hand as well, and of course, the most dapper running animation in not just in Siege, but in all video games. A very, very good round coming out there. KO got the opening pick, and then Silent finished it all up with a 4K. Rated Gaming picking up right where they left off on this last map. But of course, it is the basement site, right? We talk about defender side of things, attacker side of things. Basement site is kind of the site to win as defenders. Again, especially with Mira on the board. She's so strong on that site. And we did get to see the long angle into freezer being held, which is why we saw the rotate off of that, because you just don't want to have to fight that. Right. So instead, now we're going to be going up into the dorms area. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a different lineup. No Mira, but instead Silent's going to be playing on the P10 Roni, I believe, with a Rooney. Can't really quite tell as he has his pistol out, but it doesn't really matter, as we've seen Silent go absolutely ham with that gun before. So, yeah, gonna be doing some work, I'm sure.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Very well, potentially could be. But here, as mentioned before, we are on the kids and games split site here. And right now, Alpha 1 wanting to go for what appears to be a little bit of small tower pressure. Going to be getting Kunai already running in through. And Hale, having heard the default camera being shot, is going to be going for one. And now Teku as well going for another from the dining side. And now we're going to be seeing Angel getting a refrag. But you just lost both your LMGs, both Twist and Kunai, being the opening picks yet again on this in this series. Viper, not one to be put into a bad situation, does end up taking out Silent now, and that's going to be a lot better for his team. And am I mistaken? Was he trying to peek from the kid's window, or was he trying to peek from tower?
Well, he was probably trying to pick from the kids' windows. That's where it looked like it was broken open there. But yeah, Viper, he's going to be doing that work and taking care of Silent, who did have that amazing 4K in the last round. So top fragger off the board. However, that's not really that big of a deal. I mean, you look at the health here. Kale's kind of hurt up, but Viper, he's been banged up as well. So health, pretty much everything. It's still 3-3. You do still have two SAS operators, one Nitrous on hand. And oh, well, now it's a 2v3 as Kale is going to get his head ripped right off of Ivana. Going to be doing a lot of work there. Fragger getting, or the hard breach being the fragger. Viper going to be following up the Ash here of Angel. It's Weston, he's going to actually have dropped down now. He's going to be dropping down again. This could be absolutely deadly if they figure this out. Is this going to leave Natural all alone here by himself? He's going to be able to get one, though, on the Nibs. It's going to be your hard breacher off the board, but he's going to get taken out as Viper's going to be swinging up through. Weston, he's going to have to break this drone. He's got the smoke canister on the white stairs, so he's not able to push up through. He would be taking damage. Nitro still comes out, but he's going to decide to pick it up instead, and Angel's going to get the plank down. Viper and Angel still very low health, and Weston's still at full health, Nitro in hand, but things not looking good for him here.
That Nitro Cell could have actually stopped the plant by Angel there had he just wanted to let it rip. Angel was on low enough HP that the shrapnel explosion system could have ended that, and Teku, a little bit befuddled on where the plant was, asking where they planted to try and figure it out, and Viper having just a little bit of fun with them. Teku is going to be beating themselves up in the VOD review after. when they see they could have ended up getting that C4 kill there. But we're going to be seeing the meeting and kitchen hall split. Rated not wanting to repeat their site there.
Yeah, some teams just kind of have it built in, right? We're going to go site to site to site to site to site. Doesn't matter. Win, lose, or draw. Obviously, there's no. Actually, I think you can draw. I think it's happened to me before in ranked play. I don't know if it can happen in comp.
No, you cannot draw anymore. So how that has happened, they changed it quite a while ago. Specifically, there are a few parameters. So if an attacker and a defender kill each other, if the bomb is not planted, the defending side will win. If the bomb is planted, the attacking side will win. And that's how it will always go. It is a little bit buggy though, occasionally when it does happen.
I was gonna
Sometimes it
say
will.
it's very buggy because I've definitely had draws in games before, but doesn't matter. We're going into the meeting room here, and this is the split site, right? So this is kind of the one that always has a little bit of iffy connotations for it because they are, while they are right beside each other, they're also very far apart, right? Because the only way to rotate in between them is through that one soft wall. And we're gonna see castle barricades being utilized here. Kunai is gonna sacrifice a grenade. I don't know if that's actually gonna get the Banshee or not, but it did. It's actually gonna also do a little bit of damage to Teku there. It's a very good grenade, getting some utility gone. May have even gotten the camera. Could have been the perfect nade. Viper, he's opted to not play Breach Daddy this time. Instead, going to be bringing out the flashbangs, which I believe for this side is probably the better choice, as you do have a traditional Heart Breacher of Nibs on Habana. And it's the, you don't really need all those extra breach charges when pushing the middle floor site.
I like all of these points that you've brought up here. And Teku actually nearly getting his head taken off from the Z hallway, and now going to be forced out by a frag grenade from Twist and a second one. So smart play by him to back off here, and now Weston actually taking a bit of damage from a long angle being held. I believe that was by Nibs or Angel. Not sure which one though. But right now, it's going to be a very heavily defined kitchen side take instead of meeting.
Yeah, you can see as Twisk takes out Kale with a very nice shot, but he's actually going to get another one too on the silent as well. This top floor being absolutely ripped apart. Kunai, he's going to get one to put it in a 2v5 situation here. Weston, though, going to be trying to refrag as he gets one. He's going to swoop to the super shorty, but not be able to get it done as Kunai still absolutely raining tear from above. Teku all the way down in Freezer. Not quite sure exactly why he's all the way down here. Nitro Cell going to be coming out. Does not land. So now not only does he have to kill 4 members of Alpha 1, he has to get the bomb defused as well. 35 seconds left, so not a lot of time to do it. We might end up seeing this kind of act like a pseudo timeout, but Teku will be coming up through the back stairs. He's going to have Nibs, though, to deal with, who's laying prone behind the castle barricades there, too. And it's reinforced. Yep, okay. So Alpha 1's going to win this round.
Deku asking for a rotate to be made, and Nibs is going to fly because he wants that frag. But unfortunately, he's just gonna end up throwing his stats into the dirt as a result of that one. And nearly gonna be taking out Angel there too. But yeah, as you mentioned, this is gonna be used as more of a tactical timeout. Rated Gaming's gonna be trying to figure out how they're wanting to go about their next defending round, presumably on the basement here, since this is a full site rotation. And yes, they are going to be selecting basement. So they're going to be going about how they want to try and course correct their next sites, how they want to try and win their basement, and how they want to try and, just fix up and remove around their pieces on their other sites so they can try to secure a little bit more points going into this side swap here in a couple rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they did win their basement site, and they won it pretty handedly. Oregon is a map that's kind of gone back and forth, right? Sometimes it's defender-sided, sometimes it's attacker-sided. I believe right now, if we look at the actual statistics in T1 and T2 play, I believe it's very close. And this is, again, simply because this map has just been played to death, right? Oregon has been played so many times by so many teams that eventually they kind of balance themselves out. And I do believe that's kind of where we're at right now with Oregon, especially in the T3 scene. So But we're going to see what seems to be, like you stated the first time around, a rather standard hold. Mirror going to be coming out. They're going to be holding elbow with the smoke of natural silent. He's going to be doing silent things as he's just kind of upstairs running around here. He's going to be looking for a spawn peak with that 1.5. He did have the 4K the first time they defended this site. So he definitely did a lot of work last time. And he's going to hope to try to replicate that and get his team a second victory.
Here we are going to be seeing a main stairs side focused clear coming out for the attack. It very well actually could just be a main stairs rush here. So Rated Gaming really needs to adapt to this very fast here. Mirror window is going to be sprayed down, but no one's there. But Teku does get an opening pick on the twist. Second frag grenade does end up flying out. Now Teku is in a position to try and contest. Going to go for the C4. Does end up landing, but it doesn't hit its mark. Black and Nibs is going to be forced back, but he is ending up fragged here. And now we're going to be seeing Kunai pushing up the main stairs, trying to see if he's getting flanked, going for another repeat onto Teku here. Now this attack's kind of crawled to a stop, but Kunai does end up finally finishing off Teku, who'd gotten his other two teammates put in the dirt already.
Yeah, I mean, Kunai had to go down and pick up that case as it had been dropped on the floor. And you can see they're like, you know what? All right, we're done kind of peeking into that thing. We're going to rotate out of here. They're going to be going now what looks to be more of a freezer peek or push. But Angel, he's still sitting here holding that angle, which is very odd for an Ash player to be doing. Normally, they just kind of shift W mouse 1 into sight. If they come down in this freezer hold, though, they're going to have a lot to deal with as well with another Black Mirror. So, again, this is kind of what we talked about. Mirror just really makes this basement site so hard to attack. And so far, Alpha 1 in a very precarious position here is Rated Gaming. They've kind of hunkered down, kind of put themselves in a little bit of a turtle situation as they're just waiting for Alpha 1 to push into them.
And that's all they really need to do here. They have the man advantage, they have the utility advantage, and for the most part, they have the health advantage over Alpha 1. Oh, Silent wanting to potentially change that into Alpha 1's favor, going for a little bit of an aggressive peek that didn't need to happen, and Gunai had that mirror wall not been there. Could have potentially just beamed someone, potentially Weston, who was playing over there, but Silent getting a little bit antsy in their position, having been pressured by Angel for the past 20 seconds or so. And now as well, we're going to be seeing Viper rotating over here. So we're going to be seeing flashbangs and, oh, actually, no, that's Kunai. Frag grenades going flying out, and Angel pushing past it. Beeper now going to be taken down by, is taken down Silent. And we're going to be seeing Viper as well coming in through bunker. It's going to be a complete and utter pillar side take coming out from Alpha 1 in this execute.
Yeah, and both of the frag grenades gone from Kunai. He used them to flush out that pillar player. Kunai now going to be getting a little bit of smoke in his hands. Weston gets taken out. Angel going to be able to get one, puts it into a 1v2. Weston going to be able to get one. He's going to have to backtrack now. Pistol out in hand. Kunai very low on health, and Weston with the clutch. My guy, Wamai, pulling it off here and clutching it up for Rated Gaming. Able to get them their second round win here. A win that they desperately needed because things were starting to look like they were turning in Alpha 1's favor once they got down to the pillar and started pushing everybody out. But fantastic individual effort coming out from Weston with that nice clutch.
And that was extremely well played by both Rated and Alpha 1 there. Alpha 1 was looking like they were in a winning position as that round closed out, but Weston with very smart play, good positioning, and a good back off after having picked Angel and running out of bullets in their MP5K, played that and navigated that in perfect fashion to be able to not lose the round, but turn that around and win it against the low HP Kunai. But as I mentioned, we're going to be going back to the top floor here. Weston actually being a little bit cheeky with that mute jammer, having placed inside of the master closet to prevent droning, and as well mute off just a little bit of that closet wall. So it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to go for that master side take as well. We're going to see Weston put it in mute jammer in attic behind a wooden pile. Makes it just a little bit harder to drone through attic, get that pressure you want. But as you saw from Alpha 1 the previous time, they went for a big window take. So if they go for that again, it's up to Rated to see how they adapt to it.
Yeah, like you said, that mute jammer right there is actually going to be very useful because if they're out there on the balcony and they're trying to throw those drones in and they land just inside the doorway, that mute jammer will stop them. So then, of course, runs the risk if you have to go in and pick up your drone, which is something that's just going to leave you incredibly vulnerable if you try to do it. So they're going to have to huck the drones a little bit further into the actual master room and try to take care of any of that. Now we're going to see these air jabs being brought out from Twist, and this is kind of what we talked about a little bit on theme park, where it's like if you're going to bring an anti-roam operator, bring a nomad, bring a gridlock, bring somebody, and that's exactly what they've done. Tons of anti-thermal utility, though, as we're going to see those ADSs stacked up behind Silence, a Rooney gate there. And we're going to be seeing some plays here to be pushing into attic. Kunai, though, he's walked all the way up main stairs. He's going to be making some rotates into the master bedroom with that sledgehammer and trying to set things up here for his team.
And that was honestly a really good spot by Kunai to be able to go ahead and push up the main stairs there, getting those rotates made to where you don't necessarily have to burn that Aruni gate inside a master, but you can kind of just move around it and ignore it. But we are going to actually see Viper going for the initial attic side take with Twist, I believe that was. Now Kunai actually pushing into Trophy, getting a little bit overzealous. Teku is going to take him down and punish, but Viper actually taking out Silent, who was getting a little overzealous on the attic side. And now Twist having pushed up, takes out Natural. Being contested by Teku now. Kale also chiming in. Weston with another! And now it's Viper in a 1 versus 3 situation. Doesn't have any clue at all where these players are, but Teku is going to give his position away. They're on that swing in with that shot of the SMG 12. He's going to be watching that wall and that swing with just extreme prejudice.
Yeah, and we saw there the grenade coming out. Teku, he's going to swing and take care of it. He must have heard it get in prime. But we saw it on Theme Park where they kind of just like swung with all 3 remaining members of the defense. That was Rated Gaming that was pulling that off. Choosing instead to not do that this time, right? They chose to kind of hunker down a little bit, chose to sit back. They knew they had Case far side. It was over by the Habana breach that was done in Master Bedroom. So a great way to show some restraint there because the grenades were still in the hands. If that grenade would have flown through, got a kill, he could have swung and shot somebody else. Now you're in a 1v1, and it's a whole big mess. So, Rated Gaming, very good kind of self control there to be able to stop themselves. And at worst, Blaze, they're going to split this half.
Yeah, that is the worst possibility there for Rated and Alpha. And as we are going to be going to this split site on Kitchen and Meeting, it is likely that we are only going to be seeing 3-3, but should Rated pull it out of their pocket, they can go into their attacking side with a nice 4-2 scoreline on Alpha 1's map choice, which would be a huge boon to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to win your opponent's map choice, but it's even better to win your opponent's map choice when it's the one that gets you the victory for the night, Blaze. So not only do they want to win it just as a kind of little haha, we beat you on your own map, but they want to win it because we want to move on to next week or we want to be able to, or to the next game, excuse me, and continue this upper bracket run here. So, but by no means this is done. I mean, we're still in the first split here, and we've definitely got a lot of potential for a split here as Alpha One have shown that they've been very good on the attack, especially on these other sites. I mean, the last time Rated Gaming was here, they did lose pretty handily, so we'll have to see what can happen.
And as we can see here, we're going to be seeing a pretty standard tower take coming out, but Angel being pressured out pretty heavily from the top of small tower. Going to end up being brought to just a sliver of HP, but they are Finka, so they're going to be healing themselves up. But that's a good thing for Rated Gaming. They just forced out a Finka boost to heal out a single player rather than multiple. So that's going to be a lot of healing taken off the board. But Kunai now taking out Silent, who was getting a little over aggressive there. And I'm not sure exactly who that is. I think that might be Nibs up in T3 tower. But he's got a nice long line of sight into Meeting stage. So he can really deny anyone trying to go through it, and it is Nibs. But Kunai chiming in with another from the same angle. Going to be taken out natural. They're not aware that they're being pressured out from that hole. And now Kale nearly having his head taken off for his trouble. And now Teku is also falling. Kale having to fall off completely. This is absolute disaster for rated gaming right now.
Yeah, things are not looking good, and it's looking even worse now as Angel's going to be getting a kill. Weston, he's going to have to do it all with the UMP, the worst gun in the game. He's going to be able to get one on the Angel, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to get the other one. So we do have that split that we said about the 3-3 split. So, and again, this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. This map has been back and forth for quite some time now. It's really, really hard to say one way or another whether it's attacker sided, defender sided. So honestly, seeing a 3-3 split there, I don't know about you, Blaze, but I'm honestly not shocked at all.
Not really. You saw Rated Gaming for their final defending round go to a tertiary site that they looked kind of weak on the first time around. But given that this is Alpha 1's map choice, Rated Gaming at a 3-3 split is actually huge for them, especially going from defense onto attack. It's not exactly the scoreline you want to see. You would rather have a 4-2 split going onto your attack, but it's expected that Alpha 1, since this is their map pick, can even them out on the split before going to their defense.
I mean, realistically, you want to go 6-0 on your splits, right? But that's just it's so rare that you would ever actually see that happen. And this is the number 2 ranked and the number 3 ranked team in the division, so of course it's going to be close. They have the same exact record of 7-3, so you're not going to see a massive blowout here on this game. And I never really expected us to. I mean, we saw it 7-5 in the first match here. Now we're all tied up 3-3 here. So this is kind of what I expected. Just a very close game and definitely not a blowout at all on either map so far. So a 3-3 split on a map like Oregon, while yes, you definitely were like, oh, I wish you could have gone 4-2, you're not going to be mad that you went 3-3. That's for sure.
And speaking of 3-3, we're going to be seeing Weston being pushed in through some droning coming out from Kale and Natural right now. Dining has already been cleared, so Silent knows that this is free space for the taken. And now, actually, we have Angel playing really aggressive here on the freezer stairs. Tried to go for some drones here, but doesn't succeed the first time, but does get the second and falls back after getting that initial intel pickoff. And right now, I believe we saw Twist playing above it on top floor. Am I mistaken?
I do not see Twist through any of the walls or anything like that. We're gonna have to try and no. So there you go. Twist is playing through the back stairs down by pillar. I believe he has a laser sight on the EBR. A
He
little bit of an
does.
interesting choice, especially when the EBR is known for holding longer angles. I mean, that laser sight going to be able to give you position away because you can't turn it off. That would be a really cool option for Ubisoft to add in the game, but unfortunately, just not a thing now. We're going to see the yellow pings coming out, some shots coming through that wall there. Teku, who's going to be taking out the light. This hatch was left soft, which is a choice that some teams they'll leave it soft, some teams they won't. You'll very often see a drop from there, but Weston, he's going to be coming now in through freezer. Got this breach charge in hand. He's going to make a rotate into the kitchen and then pull back off and head towards the meeting. But here we are. I mean, almost 2 minutes into the round, and we haven't really seen much from Rated Gaming. They've cleared middle floor, they've cleared top floor, but definitely have to get pushing on the site soon.
And it's important to note there are bulletproof cameras that are going to be making droning through freezer and I believe tower even more difficult because they're going to be using those EMPs functionality that they have to temporarily disable these drones here. And it looks like they actually lost a drone to one of those Womidus, but they do end up getting the bulletproof cleared. And now actually Nibs is going to fall to silence frag grenade. Real good play coming out to be able to clear all those ADSs and Womidus. And now we're going to be seeing a front side focus take coming out from Rated, and Silent getting a nice shot on Nakuna, and that's 2 in the pockets of Rated here. And now they could be really close to going for this execute here. And as well, we saw one player watching for a tower flank up with Silent with a triple kill. Kale trying to with another. Now Angel stuck in Bosco does get 2 for his trouble, but Silent getting there. I believe that was a 4th on the round.
Yeah, Silent had a 4K there. swinging through and managed to kill the last. I believe it's the Jaeger who was there and trying to get the people that were coming to the main thing. So Silent and got the opening kill and got 4 kills on the round. So definitely secured Rated Gaming that attacking round there. And yeah, it was a tough situation. Everybody just kind of fell over, right? When Silent came walking down through, like you said, they burned all the Wamais, they burned the ADSs that were there. That's what we saw the Zofia doing, just kind of launching everything back there. And well, they didn't move, so they just perfectly bounced the grenade. It's kind of a death trap. If you see all that stuff coming and you hear all of your utility getting burnt, move. You gotta get out of there because you know a frag grenade or something is coming at your way, whether it's a Capital Firebolt or a frag grenade or whatever it might be. Something is coming to flush you out right after all that. We're actually going to see Twist have a little bit of trouble making a rotate there uh, with that bailiff. If it is, and an interesting thing to notice here, you brought up the bulletproof cameras, which do have those EMP functions. Now we're seeing Maestro bring out the evil eyes. What what do you see that we're missing here, Blaze? That Rated was bringing.
Warden.
Mira is actually what I was going for. There's no Mira on basement. What is Alpha One doing? Are they throwing?
I wouldn't say they're throwing necessarily. It's just a different way of playing, though it is questionable since Mira is such a potent operator on these basement holds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We've kind of said it. Mira kind of exists only in the Shadow Realm, much like Thatcher. So it might just be that they're so used to playing without her. But I gotta tell you, I mean, if she's on the board, you gotta play her, especially here. I mean, we saw how good it was for Rated. So for Alpha One to just completely ignore that operator, oh, talk about VOD review. I mean, you think they'll be a little bit mad if they end up losing this one. Well, speaking of losing things, hatches, they're going to be getting opened wide up now. Habana going to be able to take care of that. That's going to be natural rated. So we're going to see Silent. He's going to be coming down through these back stairs, LMG in hand. Playing on that Finka is going to be waiting for the call to give his teammates that boost that they're going to need to be able to make this execute. So far, a minute and a half in, nobody's taking any kind of damage at all. No shots have been ringing through. Nothing like that. Everybody's at full health. So it's going to be a very slow push coming out here from Rated. As pretty much all the members of Alpha 1 are also just kind of hunkered down. No real roam game coming out here. It's more of a horizontal push into the freezer area, into Pillar. We can see Teku coming down the main stairs now as Angel's going to be tucked inside Bosco behind the bomb chassis. Nibs is going to be playing on Highway. Weston, he's going to be sitting here holding through the meeting wall. And Kunai is going to be coming up to give any assistance, but no members of Rated Gaming are there, so not going to be able to do anything. But a member of Rated Gaming who's not going to be there is Silent. As Nibs is going to be able to take him out. That's going to be the Wamai taking down the Finka. So a big, big blow with only 45 seconds left. You wanted that health boost to be able to push in, but it's not going to be able to happen. He's going to be holding down in Freezer here with that nice long angle. We're going to see the Zof charge come in, and we're going to see Angel take a ton of damage, so it's natural as he's going to go down. Angel, good kill for him. Going to make things a 5v3, but a 5v2 now as Nibs is going to get another one onto Weston. Kale going to be taking a lot of damage. Teku, he's going to drop down through the hatch and get a nice kill on the Viper. A little bit of a Batman action there, but Kunai, he's going to be swinging in on the Jaeger, take the head right off of Teku. All going to come down to Kale. He's going to be able to take out the Maestro, put himself in a 1v2. He can't see the head of Angel is right behind the Evil Eye there, or not the Evil Eye, the Banshee. And just what a great placement there, that MP5. So deadly, able to take the head right off. And we're going to see A1 ask for a little bit of a potential pause here. They put it in chat, and we're going to get a technical timeout. Yes. Okay, so Viper's asking for a technical timeout. Blaze, we are tied up once again 4-4, and the back and forth continues.
It's honestly a good look coming out from both of these teams here. Both Alpha 1 and Rated seem really comfortable and really strong coming out on this map right now. And it seems as though Alpha 1 feels as though this map choice of theirs is kind of starting to slip away from them here. So they've opted and elected to use their tactical timeout for this map, try and talk over what is currently going on, how to situate and course correct this to not only get the next round, but potentially the next three to make sure that they don't have to go to map three, or to make sure that they can go to map three.
Oh yeah, I mean they definitely want to go to map 3. They have to go to map 3 if they hope on winning the entire match tonight. So they're doing a good job of kind of like you said course correcting. But again, it's this map is so back and forth that we said on theme park we were pretty much guaranteed the overtime there as things were 5-5, and of course the way trends were going on that map, no team other than the defense had won 2 rounds in a row, but teams weren't winning their third site either, so it was a little bit of a toss up here. Teams are just going blow for blow on this map, and we are going to be going into the kids dorms area here for round number 9, tied up 4-4. I mean, this is a pretty standard site for most teams. We're going to see the castle coming out, mute. We're actually going to see, I know you talked about the Jaeger shotgun earlier being brought out. Nibs, the GSG9 counterpart, the Blitz, going to be bringing out that shotgun this time. So there you go. More German shotgun action for you, Blaze.
That shotgun is honestly a menace. It's so shockingly good, but no one really runs it. And it's honestly a shame.
Well, I mean, think about the operators it's on, right? You got the MP7, which has the cleanest iron sights in the game, and then you have the 416, which is one of the most devastating guns in the game. Twist, he's out there looking for a drone, not going to find any. Instead, he's going to chuck down a little Prisma and back himself off.
And here, interestingly enough, we're going to be seeing a Ying and a Knock coming out from Rated here. So they're wanting to really dig their heels in and get the site as fast as possible. Try to catch Alpha 1 completely off guard and unawares. And Weston actually getting Viper, who is still setting up sight from the hatch, but Silent is going to end up falling to Twist, who is holding the main stairs. That's going to be your Thinka taken off the board now. And still playing that advanced position. Twist could still catch someone off guard, but they have elected to fall back into the site.
I think the Teku pick on the knock was more because there were so many bulletproof cameras that they were dealing with downstairs that maybe they don't want to deal with them. I mean, you did see Angel, he did bring one. There's no Maestro on the board, but just the ability to kind of get around those bulletproof cameras to be a little bit more sneaky. And of course, FMG9, Headshot Machine, Frag Grenades. Knock all around is a very good character. She's very fast. So definitely a lot of potential here. We're going to see Actually, we're going to see Kale put the grenade away. I thought we were going to see a potential toss up here, but getting pings from his teammates saying, hey, they're moving off their spot. So the run out absolutely shut down by Natural Twist. He's going to have to go to sleep for the rest of the round. A valiant effort, but the Ying was ready for it. LMG in hand, able to shut down the alibi for the rest of the round.
And here, now we're going to be seeing a much more favored position for Rated Gaming, and that's going to be stymied out since Angel just got to pick on the Weston. That's going to be your Zofia gone, but you still have your Knock with 2 frag grenades and your Ying, and now actually you're going to have your Bandit gone. That's going to be the shotgun that he has completely removed off the board, but both Teku and Kale are on a bulletproof camera, but Natural is actually going for the plant through a smoke grenade here. They think it's going down on the default, but it's not. Kale is going to be taken out by Kunai here, and now we're in a 2 versus 2 post plant situation. We see Teku currently rotating around to the Master Breach, going to be trying to catch out Angel, but he is spotted out by the bulletproof that was not removed earlier. Angel's going to be trying to go for that contest onto Teku, but he's not going to check the right position to start off. He's going to see him in the last second, but he does land a shot. And now we have Natural playing a very strong post position here for Big Window, but Kunai is aware of it. Now you're going to have 2 players covering and potentially... Oh my goodness, Natural, you're a monster!
Natural in absolute peak perfect position to take out that diffuse, and that's kind of the benefit of planting right there, right? Most people, when you go for the default plant, for those of you who might not understand what the call out means, they're usually going back behind the bunk bed area where it's a little bit more protected. You're not as exposed from gunfire. However, you can see why the plant was placed right there, because then you can crawl up to the top of small tower. You have a smoke grenade covering. It's also the Ying, so you huck some candles as well. Nobody in that room can see a gosh darn thing, and you're able to plant. So, very, very smart play coming out there. I mean, just absolutely fantastic play there coming out for Rated Gaming, as they're going to go up 5-4 now, and they're going to take the lead once again. But as we have a saying, Blaze, and that's that trending trends are trendy, and if we're sticking to that, I don't think that Raid's going to be pulling too far ahead of Alpha One in this next round.
Potentially not. We could just see this back and forth continuing here. Alpha One, if we're going to keep this trend up, we're going to be seeing 6-6 overtime. Then we're going to be seeing Rated Gaming taking the lead in overtime. Alpha One tying it back up, but Rated Gaming getting it in the end. So right now, just off the trends, we're just going to call it here. Rated Gaming 8-7.
Well, that's not always true, because it's going to depend on who gets defense.
True.
Because so it's not just that black and white Blaze. We're not playing Pokemon Black and White here. We're playing Diamond and Pearl.
I believe I just got reversed here, but here we're going to be seeing a small tower take coming out from Rated Gaming with a little bit of pressure coming out from the kid's window. And actually, you see Angel 1 here currently trying to see if he could potentially open up that attic window to get a pick. But no, he's actually just watching the meeting walk in from this attic hatch. Right now, not too much is going on. We have a pretty big extension coming out from A1 here, though. That could end up catching Rated Gaming off guard if they just go for this direct hit. They could have just basically droves of Alpha 1 defenders just coming in from a side of the map that they're not expecting necessarily, which is not the site.
Yeah, and I mean, it really is kind of a flushed out horizontal hold, right? It's almost looking like they're willing to play for a retake here instead of actually holding it down. But Kale, he's going to be doing some work here. His Viper's going to be taking a ton of damage. I'm guessing it's going to be from one of those nades, but an ADS is going to be taken out. So it wasn't from one of the nades, as Teku still had both in hand. He's going to throw the second one, though, and take care of anything that may have been there in the attic area. But there was doesn't look like there was anything placed there. But speaking of being placed, well, Viper's body is going to be placed there permanently, as that's going to be his grave site for the rest of the round. Angel, though, he's going to be coming up and swinging. Oh, what a shot on the Teku. That's the shot he was looking for earlier. And he was finally able to get some Maverick off the board. Weston, though, going to be doing some damage back on Angel. So that's going to refrag the Malusi. Oh, we're going to see a little bit of banter in chat there. A little bit of back and forth. But speaking of back and forth, it's a 4v3 with less than a minute to go here. Rated Gaming looking poised to take up a 6-4 lead and go on the match point.
And as you saw there, Twist is watching that vertical hole there, trying to see if anyone comes in through kitchen, try to catch him off guard. But currently we have two players on big window, one coming up white, and the other from Armory. That's going to be Hale on the Buck. So they're going to be having a lot of split pressure coming out here. White Stairs, Trophy, and big window right now. Oh, Twist nearly getting the pick through the flash bank, but he does end up falling. Kale from the Trophy side does take out Nibs, and now we're going to be seeing Weston potentially having to deal with Flanker, but no, Twist didn't actually drop, and now Silent and Weston chiming in with the final 2 kills of this round. Now, for the first time in this series, we're going to be brought to match point, and the first time 2 rounds have been secured back-to-back by an attacker.
Can you see why LMGs are a bit of the meta at the moment, Blaze?
No, I don't see anything wrong with them as
Zofia was just standing top white. Mouse 1, I dare you to walk into it. And of course, we also had Silent playing there with LMGs. It was just an LMG fest. But speaking of festivals, what's a festival without fireworks? Teku gonna be bringing out the Blitz here with the finger in hand.
I believe that's more of a riot at that point.
No, it's a flash. It's pretty colors and lights and loud noises. It's essentially a firework. But unfortunately, we're not seeing the old pain train combo of Ying, Blitz, Glaz, Lion. Oh, we did see the Lion though. KO, he's going to be switching over to the Buck though. It looks like,
Yeah, it
but
seems like. Oh, go ahead.
oh no, I was just going to say it's that old Pain Train combo. That thing really that
Brought some
triggers something.
PTSD.
Yeah, that triggers something in me that I'm not a fan of. Whew, bad memories, especially OG
Oh,
Lion. Oh my god.
Lion is actually now being brought back, and we're going to be seeing a
Oh,
very rush-oriented strategy coming out here. They're going to be going for a straight bunker rush. As you can see, Natural now on the sledge, leading the charge here. He's going to be popping open that bunker barricade right now. Going to be Lion scanning. Now going to see Deku going into bunker.
oh
Kunai is going to be
no.
first down. Now Viper going for a reswing, but let's in the Kale. China getting two. Silent getting the next one. And now Angel's in a 1 versus 4 as Deku team kills Kale. Angel is not going to be having any fun in this match. Weston is going to be taking the brunt of that aggression now. And Angel brought down to just the pistol, going to be taking out Silent, but Teku finally closes it out. And now that's going to be Rated getting 2-0 off the back of a very well conducted rush.
Yeah, I mean, oof, right? That was we saw it happen. I mean, we were all kind of expecting it and all waiting for it to happen there. When we saw the blitz come out, there have been some failed blitz rushes that we have seen, especially on that site. And that one though, not failed by any stretch of the imagination. Fantastic play. We saw the poor Jaeger sitting there in the elbow area, and oh man, the blitz just came rushing right through, and he didn't have a good day. That's GSG9 on GSG9 violence, and yeah, he just didn't have a good day. But speaking of having a good day, Rated the number 2 seed. They're going to go up 7-4 on the second map and go 2-0. Our second 2-0 of the night. And again, as we mentioned before, Alpha 1 not out of it yet. They do have a chance still to run through that lower bracket. This is a double elimination contest. So no teams are out of it as of tonight. It's just now some teams tasked to get to the end, to get to the grand finals. They just become a little bit harder.
And Rated Gaming having broken the streak of back and forth, having chained together 3 back-to-back attacking rounds. Ow, little nippy puppy going for my arm. And
yeah, I mean, like you said, they were able to break the curse, right? And that's what they needed to do. Um, it was a fantastic play overall coming out from both. Again, they kept it very close. I mean, a 7-5 and a 7-4. That's about as close as you can get, really. I mean, unlike the first map or the first match of the night where we had a 7-3 and a 7-1. So, but again, both of those teams are 7-3 coming in. It's pretty much exactly what you expected coming into this second match of the evening. But that is unfortunately going to wrap it up here for tonight. I know it's so much fun to sit here and watch these playoff games. They've been very entertaining. We would like to thank you all for coming out and enjoying this fantastic siege with us. However, we have more matches coming up. Tomorrow, May 9th, we have a match at 5 p.m. Eastern and at 8 p.m. Eastern as well. So we're going to have 2 more best of 3s for you tomorrow. So make sure you stop by, say hello, and get to watch some more games. Other than that, Blaze, anything you would like to add before we send it to the final screen of the night?
all I want to say is thank you to all the community members who came out to watch tonight. We had 2 very well played matches coming out from both Vipers and Rated. We also want to thank the players on all 4 teams that played tonight for just putting on a great match and a great show. We can't wait to see what you do further on during the playoffs, but I think that just about does it for our production here tonight. I've been Blaze. This has been Crisis. Thank you to Schmitty and Narwhals on the back end for helping us have this happen. You guys in the community, have a great night.